a cut and choose protocol. I'm going to send you 1,000,000 gates, and then you're going to open all but one of them randomly, and then if all million all million minus one were okay, then probably that last one was okay as well, because you would have probably been caught 1 in a million chance. It's not very efficient because you've got to do many of these things. A zero knowledge proof might be good. I'm working on maybe getting some numbers on what that would look like. I was hacking away at Plonky last night. And then there also might be some like correct by construction things that we could do, or maybe some interactive proofs that might be able to get us these results as well. So the GRUG consistency check that we'll discuss a little bit in this talk is, it turns out that if you can't zero knowledge prove these things easily, you can also optimistically prove them, meaning that if in the future you learn that it wasn't constructed correctly because you go to actually run it and you say, hey, I'm not getting the right value out, it's not looking right, we can actually prove what you were supposed to get and then show that you didn't get what you were supposed to get, and we can do that in script. The cost of that is not terrible, it's not great either, but it's something that I'll show a little bit more in depth later. And the numbers kind of work out. It's an acceptable approach. Another type of approach would be, without a zero knowledge proof, would be there's like homomorphic encryption. So maybe you let Bob do all of the garbling, and then for a given gate, and then Bob says to Alice, like, hey, I made this gate using this encrypted seed of yours. Please decrypt it for me. And then Alice decrypts it and says, well, yeah, I could do it myself without the homomorphic encryption, and what you're asking for is the same thing that I have. And there's a thing in homomorphic encryption which is like a verifiable decryption, or a decryption without revealing the main key. So maybe Alice can then send back a key to Bob, and Bob can decrypt and say, okay, well, I know that I built this gate. I know that I built it correctly. I still didn't learn in the process. And so maybe you can do a little interactive protocol to do this. All of these things have costs, and so it's a balancing act of how we optimize the cost and time for construction. So overall, once it's proven, you can kind of throw away the proofs. The actual cost that you need to store is more or less like, we can talk about specifics of, like, if you want to make more nuanced cryptographic assumptions, you technically only need like 16 bytes, but then you've really got to like check that you're doing things correctly, because you could have a problem. If you do 32 bytes, everything kind of usually just works out fine. So we'll say for each input bit to our garbled circuit, which could be quite big, we're going to need 32 bytes times 4, and then another 32 bytes times 2 for our input. And then for our output, we're going to need 4 times 32 bytes. So it's kind of a lot of data maybe to send around, but not that bad. And then our proof overhead, we don't know what that is. There's also some stuff in the literature that like really optimizes garbled circuits, not for the kind that I showed you, but for maybe like more nuanced things with like matrix multiplications and other learning with errors assumptions, and that is a little bit out of the scope of this talk. The only other note that I want to give you is that we're not really using garbled circuits. Garbled circuits in the literature is a protocol, like an end-to-end thing that you can do. And really, we're just using in this the first step, and then we're replacing the second steps with an interaction inside of Bitcoin. So that's exciting, because if you're a cryptographic researcher, you might say, oh, well, there are all these weird primitives that we were able to do the first part of that protocol and not the second part. Maybe if we can use that for this Delbrag construction, we can just do the first part, and maybe we'll get an interesting result out of re-examining some old discarded literature. So let's take a breath and just what have we done so far? So all we've done is we've made a way for some Alice to make a function for Bob, which is phi of x. And phi of x gives you some value y, which is a commit reveal of either 0 or 1. And you learn a hash. So after Alice decides in the future to reveal a specific value x, x being all possible values, a specific x, Bob can compute phi and learn either y0 or y1 based on whatever the function is that you committed. So now let's connect that back to Bitcoin. If I have an output delta that I send 1 Bitcoin to, and I have this taproot descriptor, which is either Alice and Bob agree, or Bob learns the hash of y0, and signs. Or after some amount of time, Alice can spend the money. Now, we've kind of set something up where if Bob happens to learn these values somewhere, and the values are, let's say y0 stands for incorrect and y1 stands for correct, if Bob learns that the inputs that Alice signed were incorrect, Bob gets a payout. So, and then if Alice never reveals, well, like then things just time out. So this is like the first kind of building block that we have, and before going like deeper into the protocol, we can go a little bit broader. Or I'll just summarize now for a second. Sorry, I don't have my next slide thing there. But sort of at this point, before we get into a couple of variants, Alice creates phi of x to y, sends it to Bob. Alice creates an output delta and sends to Bob. Alice publishes some piece of data q for x, and if phi of q is equal to 0, Bob can punish Alice for that. And at any time, Alice and Bob could cooperate and agree to something else, and after a delay, Alice gets refunded. This is like the basic building block. And all of that circuit evaluation, for however big phi of x is all happening off-chain. So you're getting kind of unlimited computation with finite computation on-chain, which is cool. There are variants to this delta that we won't revisit, but are just useful to keep in mind, which is that the cooperative or the timeout case could be pre-signed by Alice and Bob. So Bob could give some sort of pre-signature. You could do this with Musig, but pre-signing in Musig is a little bit dicey if you maybe are doing certain like half-committed things. But in this case, Alice and Bob can do some pre-signature, and then that would restrict when Alice's timeout. Maybe Alice and Bob funded this collaboratively, and Bob wants at least to get his money back. We can also pre-sign what Bob is allowed to punish. Maybe Alice agrees that she'll get punished, but only by like half the money, not all of it. So you can pre-sign that as well. Now, this is like a doozy of a slide. You also have the ability to, in this delta, to do this proof that the circuit was not constructed correctly. And this means, for example, if you have a circuit that has 2 billion gates, because you're doing this row by row, you might end up with something like 8 billion tap leafs. It's not really a problem because it grows logarithmically for the lookup path. What's a little bit more problematic is the length of the script. It's quite long. It turns out that it's maybe somewhere between like 150 kilobytes and 200, 300 kilobytes for disproving. Now, if you have a zero-knowledge proof, you can just do all of that work here. It's not really necessary, but just interesting to see. One of the other interesting notes on this is that we can write the script in what I'd call a dataless prefix. I don't know if there's like a better term for it, but you can write all of the script with no data dependency until the very end on variable data, and so you can cache the hashing of this 150 kilobyte, 300 kilobyte chunk. So even if you have to hash 8 billion times 300 kilobytes, it's actually only the end segment, and the end segment is maybe like 100, 200 bytes, and so that amount of hashing you can hash on this specific computer that I have. You can hash 100 gigabytes in 40 seconds, and that's a sequential 100 gigabytes in 40 seconds. This has 14 cores. In theory, it's just really not that much time even to do like a couple terabytes of hashing. So it's not really disruptive as long as you can get rid of that prefix of data. So now we're going to talk about the sort of next part of the protocol, which is what we're going to call gamma. So where you see this capital gamma, it's our Gnostic input. And that means that it carries the input information. And that is a script that looks as follows. It's either cooperative, Alice and Bob, or it is a revelation per bit of either the hash of xi for some data index 0 or xi1. So you have to learn either 0 or 1 for each input wire in order for this output to be spent by Alice and Bob. And Bob produces, with Alice, a pre-signature here. So it's not like Bob can denial service here. Or after some timeout, if Alice, who has all of the data, X, chooses not to, then Bob can sweep all the money. And optionally, maybe this is pre-signed if the punishment wants to be limited. So now we're going to talk about delta a little bit more in depth. Delta is really like this diploma input. And I called it a diploma because it's like a certificate of knowledge. Delta only exists if it's guaranteed that the knowledge has been posted of all the XIs. And as a reminder, this basically looks like musig of Alice and Bob, a timeout that gives it to Alice, or Bob, if Bob can show that Bob knows Y0, Bob gets all the money. Just that creation of delta, it's really important to think. The input data X must have been revealed. So now we're going to tie this all together, get back to the actual protocol that we're proposing. We're going to start here. So this is an unsigned transaction for funding. So you can see this little scroll here. That means unsigned. At some point later, maybe signatures will show up. And Alice and Bob, they both have some money they want to contribute, and they have their change addresses that they want. But really, they're coordinating to create this output gamma. And gamma is what we talked about. In order to spend gamma, at first, with no other work, the only thing that can happen is that Bob can get a refund. And that could be a pre-signed refund, but there's some refund condition that Bob can trigger. Or Alice has the ability to do a pre-signed transaction that Alice and Bob have agreed on, theta. And theta, we're going to talk about what that is later. I just want to note that we talked about this consistency check. I'm going to remove it from the future slides. But if we had that inside of Bitcoin execution of the consistency check of the garbling, it would go right there, right inside of delta. But we're going to remove it for now just for simplicity of the overall protocol. The input to theta, and basically this is what are the spending conditions for this pre-signed theta transaction. It's been pre-signed by Alice and Bob, but it's missing an assignment of data for Q and X. So in order for theta to go on chain, we need to know Q. And we don't know Q yet, so we'll find that later. So at this point, what we have is we have gamma pre-signed. This funding transaction is not signed, but we have gamma and pre-signed. We have theta. We have Alice having a redemption condition after some time lock after delta has been created. And we have for Bob another path where if Bob learns this output wire, then Bob can do some justice transaction. And it's at this point that Alice and Bob now exchange phi of X. So Alice is going to do the garbling, or maybe it's been done before, but Alice sends it over to Bob, and Bob is going to verify that. And this is really where the magic happens. What is this phi of X? So phi of X is a function that should take a value sigma. And sigma is a partially signed spending transaction. And it is signed by Alice, so Bob has the other end, the ability to spend, and it is spending delta. That's the input to the function, and the very basic version of it is whatever transaction Alice says, but it's got to be properly signed. So we can go a little bit further. We can add other constraints. We could add a zero-knowledge proof that also has to get checked. But the core of it is that we have to provide a transaction that Alice has signed that is spending delta so that Bob is able to spend delta, and then whatever other additional constraints we want to bake in. And we'll talk about what kinds of constraints might be interesting to work on later. So now we've kind of plugged in that we're expecting some sigma, and that's that the failure condition is if sigma doesn't pass the sniff test. At this point, the protocol is fully set up, and we can broadcast this transaction, get it confirmed, and now we can get to the fun part. So now Alice says, okay, enough time has gone by. I've been able to collect all the data. I need to prove a state transition. I'm going to propose sigma. Sigma then gets taken as a lump and put into, gets sent over to Bob. It gets put into phi of X. Now, this means that the data can get observed in two places. One, now the data can go into the witness. The input data can go into the witness and can make it so that theta is now a fully fleshed out witness and is now a valid transaction. And Bob is also simultaneously able to observe if it was an invalid input applied to phi. So this transaction theta can get broadcast and mined, And now in the case where phi of sigma is equal to 0, Bob can publish the justice transaction immediately. In the case where phi of sigma is 1, well, we've done all the validation work to see that it's valid. So that transaction can now just go on chain and pay out some distribution to Alice and Bob. And then Bob, has the other end of it, so Bob countersigns and it gets broadcast. In the case where Bob decides to perish and then vanishes forever, well, at some point, maybe a year later, Alice is going to be able to redeem based on the timeout condition. So this is the overall protocol, just showing everything together. So you can kind of see all the different steps. It's relatively complete. To make this a little bit more clear, I thought it was helpful to make this little timing analysis diagram. So we're going to start, gamma is created. This is our we funded our transaction. We've done all the exchanging. Gamma gets put on chain. The only thing that can happen is Bob can get a refund. Then we're going to learn the knowledge. So now theta is able to be broadcast, and we want to have that happen before our publication window of the refund becoming valid. Alice wants to do that expediently. Theta gets mined. Now it's no longer possible to get the refund. And then after theta is mined, then at some point in the far future, Alice can get a refund if Bob has vanished. Or sometimes sooner than that, if applicable, Bob can get justice by saying, hey, look, I learned the value sigma and it was invalid. And then that gets mined, and then there's no more justice for Alice. Or if sigma was valid and we didn't learn y0, then sigma can be broadcast and mined, and then the justice goes away. And then, if in the far future nothing's happened, then Alice sometime gets the money back. This is what that overall protocol looks like. And this is a nice kind of visual proof of security. And these steps are not really it's not tight when things have to start. Things could be starting much earlier. A lot of things can happen at the same time. It's just easier to see them a little bit spread out and happening before their deadlines. But keep in mind they could happen, with any valid interleaving. So just a brief security analysis. Alice freezes, it never reveals data X. Bob gets the money back or whatever pre-signed outcome. Bob freezes, it never finalizes. Alice can get a refund transaction. And then Bob, if Alice publishes an invalid sigma, well, it's signed. So if Bob wanted to, Bob could use that one. But otherwise, Bob can use the punishment branch and get whatever money back that would be a full refund for that, or a full punishment to Alice. So just a little brief napkin math is, for on-chain performance number, for every input bit that we reveal, the cost is kind of high. It's about 96 bytes per bit of input data. So if we had a 200 byte closed transaction with 8 bits per byte, 96 bytes per bit, you're looking at around 153K bytes of witness data for publishing a 200 byte transaction. Right now, this is between $40 and $80. This implies that this technique would be applicable if you were okay stomaching a 1% transaction fee with about $6,000. So that's the minimum size you might want to do this right now. The off-chain numbers, you need definitely a bit of data per wire. But it's if you have a 10 billion gate circuit, which I've been told maybe is enough to do a snark or something, you would need maybe a $50 hard drive to store it all. So probably in this case, network costs of sending that much data will be the dominating effect. But these are all manageable numbers. They're not great if you want everyone to run it on a mobile phone. But if you want to run this in between data centers or between untrusting parties that have significant economic stake, again, we're talking about $6,000 as the minimum, this actually might be a reasonable protocol to run. Re-examining fee a little bit, verifying as EKP, a really compact proof would be great. You can fix the overall circuit size. You can bake in also a layer of anti-equivocation. If you learned two conflicting input datas, you also can just bake in a circuit that says reveal if I ever get two of these values, by just encrypting with the concatenation of learning two different values for one input. You can also encrypt the input data. You could build a little one-time pad into your circuit if you just didn't want everyone to learn what your sigma transaction was. So a couple nice extensions that you can do. And then I'll just skip this just for the interest of time. Briefly, you can look at the slides there. I've tweeted them out, like some example applications. You can build like bridge-like constructs. You can build hash rate derivatives. You can build a vault, and you can build decentralized hash buying pools, a trustless transaction accelerator if you wanted to do like a decentralized slipstream kind of thing. You can do swaps. You can also do, and this is kind of a cool technique, because the garbled circuit is actually not committed to, you can rebind a new garbled circuit dynamically, and you can use that to do things like a lightning channel like construct, and you can invalidate old states by saying, if I publish an old state that looks like this, then you'll learn the things you can invalidate, which is kind of a new primitive that hasn't existed before, I think. And then, just there's a lot of basic extensions to like the core protocol around like what a cooperative close would look like, pre-signing justice transactions, et cetera. I wanted to give like the basic-ist version of it. A lot of future work to kind of flesh this out fully. Multi-prover, multi-verifier, obviously the biggest. You can split up the gamma delta protocols into multiple steps. Maybe there's some data that's very frequently fraudulent, and maybe you just do that in a separate thing to minimize your on-chain data publication. There can be different data availability for smaller proofs if you know that you can get the data somewhere else. And then the dynamic circuits is also cool. I think one thing I don't have on here is that because you have hash values, that those could be in multiple bonds at the same time. So maybe Alice has an obligation to reveal one piece of information across many, and then has to make a choice of where Alice is going to get punished because they're conflicting of which one. So there might be some interesting protocols that you can build if multiple Bobs exist for a single Alice. And that's, I think, basically the talk. I think I have a few minutes for questions. I'm happy to like go back and talk about applications with a little bit more depth, or just open the floor if people are curious about anything in particular. Sure.
Thanks for the talk. Yeah, garbled circuits are like an interesting and like broad field that I think has a lot of applicability here. Could you talk a little bit more about what might be the computation costs off-chain, specifically just talking about setting up the entire process and anything involving? I mean, you did say that consistency checks and like protection against malicious garbling, like there's a bunch of different ways to do it. Even aside from like the storage costs you mentioned, which granted are pretty high in this rough estimation. But I mean, like computation cost also has like a time cost, and of course, like its own, monetary cost. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I did last night a single gate Plonky proof, and I think it took 5 ms to run to prove. I'm not sure. There might be some nice things to do around that. I don't. Well, so one thing that's nice is depending on how you structure it, it's like kind of trivially parallelizable. So I think it might scale linearly, but it's a trivially parallelizable workload. So if you do, if you just did the naive, I'm going to produce a proof per gate, you can have those proofs running on a cluster, and then maybe you can get it down. If you just had that, I think it would be like 1,000 days of time to do like 10 billion. So maybe that's excessive. But if you have 1,000 computers, then it's.
I was thinking a lot about it just because like that does like incur like an actual like monetary cost.
It does, yeah.
Like capital and just
Yeah, so one thing also is that if you have both the committed on-chain consistency check and a zero knowledge proof, you can discard the leaf as soon as you know the proof. So you can do like a phase delayed thing where, let's say that you want to set up the protocol immediately and know that you get resolution, but it's a year-long protocol anyways. You have a year to discard leafs. So you can kind of prune out the tree over time if the proving cost is large without making the opening latency bad. So there's a lot of different like kind of data hazard games you can play. Okay, well, maybe we'll take. Yeah, we'll take one more, or okay. All right, cool. Well, thank you very much.
We're live. All right. Can everyone hear me? Oh my gosh, what's up? Hey, welcome to Build Your Own Damn Bitaxe. It was, the bad words were removed from the display out there, but this title is definitely called Build Your Own Damn Bitaxe. My name is Scott. I'm a hardware hacker. I'm really into decentralizing Bitcoin mining, but through open source. Pretty passionate about open source. That's what this talk is about. But I want to really encourage people to dive in, and I know you're all probably pretty good at hacking on software. Maybe, maybe not, you're into hacking on hardware. So the point is to get people hacking on hardware, firmware, in addition to your software activities. But I want to talk first about how mining is way too centralized, and how we can kind of fight back against that by making mining hardware, not just leave it up to the big guys. This is kind of cool. Someone posted this picture of their Bitaxe on Twitter, and they get my vote for the coolest mounting method ever because they just pounded some nails into their wall. It's like hung up on nails. This is fantastic. That's absolutely the spirit. Bitcoin mining, tragically centralized in many different ways. We have mining pool centralization. I'm pretty sure someone else is talking about that. We have hash rate centralization. This is where the machines are physically located. And it turns out that in the US, there's publicly listed miners that account for something like 30% of the network hash rate. And all these machines are physically in one place. And so we have the companies that run that, their executives, investors, the regulators that control them, they have like an oversized say in Bitcoin's network security because they control so many physical machines. But what I want to talk about today is hardware centralization. This is who makes the hardware. This picture here was in Bitcoin Magazine. I don't know if you guys saw Bitcoin Magazine this last month. It was pretty rad. There's a Bitaxe on the cover. But Bitmain has like 80% by hash rate of the network, the hardware that's running on it. Total nonsense. We're going to get into that a little bit more. But centralization in mining sucks because Bitcoin is supposed to be open source. This is Satoshi's his first ever public announcement of Bitcoin. And you can see in that first line there, it says, I've developed a new open source peer-to-peer eCash system called Bitcoin. Like right there, first sentence, first ever announcement of it. That's a pretty important part of Bitcoin, that open source part. A lot of y'all probably don't even consider that software that you might work on would be closed source proprietary, but it's actually like a foreign concept in firmware and hardware. And somehow along the road, when we started getting more and more hardware for Bitcoin mining, we just kind of forgot about that open source ethos. Like, I don't know where it went out. Maybe they're spending too much money for developing ASICs, but it just kind of went out the window, and proprietary became okay. Like it was fine, and that's how we got Bitmain with 80% of the network. And the crazy thing is, so Bitmain has, we don't know for sure, but let's say roughly 80% of the network hash rate. It's very likely that not only do they make the hardware that's closed source proprietary, but they also make the firmware that runs on there. So there's a lot of opportunity for them to control how Bitcoin mining works. And if Bitmain sneezes here, like Bitcoin catches a cold. Like it is that infectious because they control so much. There's no transparency. There's no real recourse because we don't necessarily have anything else to go to. But you're like, oh, well, what's wrong with Bitmain? What could they possibly do? They're fine. They have a great history. No, false. They have a track record, a long-standing track record of doing sketchy shit. Here's a short list. This is the highlights reel of the sketchy stuff they have done. Antbleed, 2017, probably a bunch of you have heard of it, but it was like this feature that they introduced that allowed them to just remotely shut off your miner in case it was stolen or something. They didn't really document it. It just kind of like shipped in there, supposedly in response to some customers' requests, but it's just shipped with all their firmware. So they could just turn off your miner remotely for whatever reason. There was a bunch of drama about that. Some people discovered it despite it being closed source and made a huge stink, and they like, oops, we just kind of fixed it. Next we had ASIC Boost. ASIC Boost is a name for a mining efficiency increase, which is great, right? We should have development in mining and efficiency increases, but the way they deployed it was sketchy AF. They had this advancement, this ASIC boost efficiency increase in their hardware, so it was committed to silicon in their ASIC, but they didn't tell anyone, and they just ran it on their machines, and the machines that they sold didn't necessarily have access to it, and there was this whole scandal whether they were doing it or not, and I believe they were big blockers because they wanted to promote that, even though they couldn't say that they wanted to. A lot of drama there. Not quite sure how they should have done it, but the fact is it's just sketchy. It was not upfront about anything. Very recently, for some reason, Bitmain ASICs were mining a lot of empty blocks, and it kind of came down to the way that they managed the queues of work in their firmware wasn't really jiving with how new work was sent out to the ASIC, and so there was a dramatically high number of empty blocks mined, and we just have no insight into why that was happening because the firmware is totally closed source. Last month, there was a new update pushed to the S21 Pros, I think, that just wouldn't work with several pools due to a mysterious stratum incompatibility. Sketchy. Last week, we had some machines, I guess when they're in the factory, they put a test firmware on there that they use to make sure the machine's working properly, but a lot of those machines got shipped out with this test firmware on there, and even though people were putting the proper firmware on there, it was still hijacking hash rate. Yeah, if anyone knows more about that, feel free to interrupt me and let me know what you think. This is an ongoing sort of unproving scandal, but kind of the point of the matter here is that it's ongoing. This was last week. So is this malice? Is this incompetence? I don't know. But the point is that with this closed source firmware and their closed source hardware, we don't know. We have no recourse. We can't fork around it. We can't change it. You just kind of have to suck it up and go with it. Which if you're running $1 billion business reliant entirely on this, that sucks for you. Because we have third-party firmware. Several groups have gotten together and been like, no, we don't like the stock Bitmain firmware. We're going to release our own firmware. I think there's good numbers out there. ChatGPT told me it's 10 to 20% of the network runs these third-party firmwares. Who really knows? The problem is that third-party firmware also closed source. They can just sort of unilaterally do things, and you don't really have much chance. There's not really any alternatives to that. And so this isn't freedom. This is a trap. We need to get back to Bitcoin's open source ethos, its open source roots that lets us see what's happening, see what's going on, and have the ability to change it if we think that it needs to be changed. Kind of do what you want. So the open source advantage, I think there's a ton of open source advantages. I'm sure a lot of you know as you're working on software, it's as users of open source software, we have the ability to contribute to, we can audit software, we don't have to blindly trust necessarily unless you want to. In theory, you could audit what's going on. You could fork around bad changes. If some maintainer or something is doing something you're not super into, you could potentially run Bitcoin knots. Closed source is dangerous because it just locks out developers. With an open source project, if you want to do something, you just do it. You submit a PR or you just fork it and release it yourself. Closed source, you can't really do that. It's just not going to happen. You have to go get a job at Microsoft or something. And I think that open source, it enables this exponential development, this exponential growth in the progress of development, right? Because you don't have to get a job at Microsoft to contribute to it. You can just jump in and do it. You can make something, send it to your friend, and they send it to 2 people, and so on and so on. And it starts off slowly, then suddenly it grows really fast. And that can be huge for small projects that are trying to gain traction, gain popularity. So talk about how you can just jump in. It's a fantastic movie, Hackers. But I want to talk about hardware and why I think y'all should get involved in hardware development or firmware development. One of the things is you got to be an electrical engineer. you got to be like Ryan and get an electrical engineering degree and be a badass. Not necessarily true. Obviously, it helps, but you don't have to have an EE degree to do this. Plenty of people do it and don't. Kind of like you also don't have to have a computer science degree to contribute to software. It's very approachable. Lots of people do this. And then there's this other sort of misconception about how to, I think, to jump in and start promoting open source hardware. And it's a lot of people think we need to build our own ASIC. ASIC is like the chip. I don't think we need to do that. Building an ASIC is like tens of millions of dollars to think about starting to build an ASIC. It's a large barrier to entry. It's crazy expensive. It's a super, you have to have deep pockets. You have to have a team with connections in the industry. I think we can do this. I think we can make our own hardware. We can decentralize this without making our own chips. What we really need is to push manufacturers to sell us chips. I don't know if you know this, but right now, none of the Bitcoin mining ASIC manufacturers will sell us chips. They just won't. Like, the rest of the electronics industry doesn't work like this. They'd be happy to sell you chips because they want to sell you stuff. But in Bitcoin mining, you cannot just go get the chips and make your own miner, even if you know how, because you can't get them. All the Bitaxes that have been made so far, the manufacturers unsolder the chips. They have to buy full machines, unsolder all the chips, and just throw away the rest of the stuff. It's ridiculous. And we don't get data sheets. Data sheets are manuals for chips, how to use them, how to integrate them into your system. And so we don't get that. We have to reverse engineer. We have to guess how that works right now. But I think, if we get all y'all stoked on hardware and firmware and building these things and pushing it forward, there's going to be other ASIC manufacturers, and they have also invested tens of millions of dollars, and they're ready. They're like, at Bitmain's heels. They want to take some of that market share. So if they see this as a valid market, they'll start to play ball. Like, they will definitely start to play ball eventually. So building your own hardware it's like, digital homestead. Like, you can be self-sovereign, top to bottom. You can get the software, and if you can get the hardware, you can run your own stack. No one can tell you, what to do, how to do it. No one can tell you to stop. It's massively important to have more people doing this, more people working on the tools to provide other people the ability to do this. And then this is, I think, a really important part. Hardware has a clear path to profitability, even if it's open source. Because hardware is physical goods, it always has a cost. So you will, I won't say it's guaranteed, but you can add value to this hardware and you can sell it. And there's a very clear value proposition to selling hardware. And if you can do that, if you can buy it low and sell it high, you can profit. All the while being open source. Like, that's not really going to affect it because it's real physical goods. So the Bitaxe project I've been working on for a while. It's, I guess, importantly, it's not a company. It's an open source project. I started it, but it's much bigger than me now. Lots of contributors have jumped in, are working on it. We're having a great time, but there is not investors, there's not a board, there's not people who are pushing me to necessarily make changes in some sort of private industry or anything like that. And I think that's really important for keeping the open source thing, staying true to open source. A lot of times I think with companies, there'll be some investors who are like, we need to get a return, like you can't just be releasing all this stuff for free. I think that's short-sighted. You can make money and be open source, but we don't even have to explain to them what's going on. Community-driven. We have a large, Open Source Miners United is a Discord server. There's like 8,000 people on there now, but it's all people who are passionate about this, everything from troubleshooting their devices, learning how to set it up, all the way towards geeking out on how to build it. But the good news is for this project, it's a lot like software. We publish everything on GitHub. That includes the schematics, bill of materials, board layouts, everything you need. It has a copyleft license. So for the firmware, we use GPL, and for the hardware, we use OHL. This is the open hardware license. Same kind of idea, but copyleft is a strategy to ensure that everyone who jumps into this project kind of has the same freedoms. It's to preserve freedom and say that anyone who comes along has access to those files as well. You know, whether they are working on a fork or sort of the original one. It just keeps the like freedom vibes high, and it keeps honest people honest, because there's always going to be people who rip it off no matter what the source or no matter what the license is. So we want, you know, the idea is the people who might be on the fence are not just very clear about what they want to do, what license they want to go. I think, you know, they say copyleft licenses are infectious. They kind of infect all the derivative projects, and just sort of, you know, gives you that encouragement to also release your changes open source. So I want to get a little bit of into how, like, technically how the Bitaxe works. It's actually pretty simple. Look, there's only 3 boxes, no problem. Components. So the top one there is an ESP32. That's a microcontroller. It's really popular with the DIY crowd. It's a microcontroller with a Wi-Fi radio built into it. It's, they provide tons of libraries. There's lots of general purpose information on the internet about how to program this microcontroller, how to write firmware for it, how to get it connected to the internet. It's also very, very cheap. I think that makes it super approachable. Yeah, it's really popular. I think it was a no-brainer to pick it. I guess the downside right now is it's only 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi, but they have promised and announced a 5 gigahertz version also. So that's coming soon, TM. Down the bottom there on the left is the voltage regulator. That is by far the most complicated part of the Bitaxe. It's a little bit disingenuous to have only one box for it because it's crazy complicated. But the good news is that I use parts from Texas Instruments, and they have this thing called WebBench, and it's an online tool that you can basically put in, you know, here's my input voltage, here's the output voltage range that I want, here's how much power I need, and they'll select from Texas Instruments parts, but they'll basically build the whole schematic for you. They'll build all the values, like how you tune this thing. It's pretty much as plug and play as you can get for designing a switch mode voltage regulator. So that's like absolutely what I do every single time, because it's, yeah, it's way easier. Then we have, you know, there's obviously some more components on the board, but it's kind of this glue circuitry, and I just took a lot of that from the Antminer hashboard. Like, just look closely at it, see how they have it hooked up. That's what I put on the Bitaxe. In the future, in this great new future, when manufacturers are playing ball and actually want you to buy their ASICs, they'll just provide that in a data sheet. They'll just say, like, here's how you hook it up. Here's all the parts you put in there. Like, they'll even probably send you an example if you want. They want you to buy their chips. This is in the beautiful new future. This whole board is designed in electronics CAD software called KiCad. KiCad is a miracle. Like, this is badass software. It's industrial, you know, professional grade PCB CAD software, free and open source. It was really rough when it started, I don't know, 10 years ago, but it's getting quite good now. Like, even professionals can live in this full time. But the good news is that it doesn't cost $10,000 a year. So if you just have a casual passing interest in this, you can download it and start playing around. Firmware, okay, so we got the firmware for the Bitaxe. It runs on the ESP32 there. You can think of that as the ESP32 is like your control board in this situation. It's running the firmware. The firmware is written in C. It's running bare metal, but we have what's called the RTOS, a real-time operating system, that gives you a little bit of help. I think you can think of it as bare metal with just a touch of OS. It does some task management. It's cool. But the cool thing about this is I did it in C because a lot of the examples are provided in C, and so we can get up and running fast. But there's no reason you can't do C++, Rust, all those things. They work great. There's lots of examples out there. Like, if you have a favorite language, like, let's go. There's embedded Python. And I worked, this was a couple of years ago, but I worked on embedded JavaScript. That was a dumb idea, but like, you could do it, man, if that's your jam. Like, okay, so this was a long time ago. This was in the dark ages, but there was a whole line of microcontrollers called Basic Stamp, and they sold them at Radio Shack. So this is how old it is, but it was programmed in BASIC, not Visual Basic, just straight up like line 10 go to 20 kind of thing, BASIC. All right, so okay, so I didn't talk about this box, the ASIC here. That is the catch. That's the tough part. This is where all the magic happens. Right now, on the Bitaxe project, we use Bitmain ASICs. I am very cognizant of the fact that I was just talking about how shady Bitmain is and how we should not support them, and they are the evil empire. So it's not ideal. I don't want to be using Bitmain ASICs. We started with it because they're the easiest ones available. They have the most people who have been hacking on it and can help out on this project. The sort of tertiary markets for buying these things are the best, even though they're not ideal. We're unsoldering them from chips, from machines. That's the cheapest way to get them. That does not scale. Like, you cannot make millions of devices in an assembly line environment where your first step is unsolder them from an existing machine. No one's going to touch that. It's a total hack. It sucks long term. So the goal for this year is to move Bitaxe to a willing partner. And I've actually started on this. This is underway, but we're going to have a willing ASIC partner, someone who actually wants to be doing this. The level of commitment from them is, well, it's growing. We're on the right trajectory. They are kind of figuring out how to work with us. This picture right here, I was very excited. I took this. I have that at my house. Those are not Bitmain ASICs, and they are new in a tray. This was a really exciting moment for me to have that, because that is how, a real project buys their electronic components. That feeds into a pick-and-place machine that builds thousands of machines like a day. So we have some of them. It's coming. That is how mass production starts. That's another goal of the Bitaxe, is we want people to be making their own and hacking on them, but we also want to be mass producing them for the masses, right? To get more and more people stoked on the mission here. And the other cool thing, I was going to say, we're still early because these guys are making me sign NDAs to get the documentation for these chips. And trust me, bro, I tell them I'm only interested if I can 100% release everything that I do open source. That's a requirement. But they don't want me to talk about specific details, pricing information. They don't want me releasing their data sheets directly. It's like, come on. I think that'll get better over time as more people get excited about this. The last thing here about moving to chips and sort of having a willing partner, being sort of an authorized user of these chips, is that it squashes that the knockoff market, which is growing with Bitaxe. There's a considerable number of knockoffs. Hunter's like, oh my god, I've seen this. Yeah, they have, because we're not authorized users of Bitmain chips, they have better access to the chips than the legitimate Bitaxe manufacturers right now. And that's not helping, because they can just bang out these knockoffs that don't really further the mission, they don't follow the license, blah, blah, blah. So when people are buying them from the original manufacturers, I think that does level the playing field a bit. So there isn't someone with this just immediate advantage who's making knockoffs. All right, so we're going to build our own damn Bitaxe. And this is kind of wild because I only have one slide dedicated to top to bottom how you build your own Bitaxe from scratch. But here we go. Go to bitaxe.org. I have a link to GitHub that has all the design files that you need to order your own PCBs. Go to jlcpcb.com. I mean, there's other places that can do it too, but just for succinct information, go to jlcpcb.com. They are a printed circuit board manufacturer in China. They want files called Gerbers. Gerbers is a very specific type of file that lays out exactly what goes on every single layer of that PCB. I have those already prepared. They're on GitHub. Zip them up, send them to JLCPCB. order the PCBs. Say you want a 4-layer board and all the rest of the things can be just default. Also order stencils. I mean, you can be out of there for less than $100 with $50 in shipping. So it's kind of crazy how cheap it is, and they're really nice boards. Again, we can talk more details about this after or on OSMU, things like that. But this is the high level steps. Step number 2, you need to get all the components. This is everything you're going to solder onto the board. In the manufacturing files folder on the GitHub repo, I have a bill of materials and also a README, and that clearly lays out all the parts that you need to order. You can take that BOM, the bill of materials, and actually paste it into DigiKey, which is an electronics components distributor in the United States, and it'll just populate the whole cart for you. You can tell them like how many you want, order it. There's a few more things you need, like heatsink, display, fan, stuff like that. I have a list of where you get all of those, a couple different distributors. You order that stuff. Now we gotta get the ASICs. Unfortunately, this is still the hard part. There are people in the community who will tear down boards and sell them. Plebsource.com is one that's selling them. I think Solar Satoshi, you guys selling bare chips? Okay, talk to Solar Satoshi. They'll definitely sell you some bare chips. Yeah, you can get the chips. I mean, OSMU too, like there's people who are like doing these sort of like group teardowns, you know, because the miners themselves are like $6,000 and it has 200 chips in it. So it kind of makes sense too if a bunch of people are doing this, buy one and tear it down and split it up amongst your friends. All right, we got the PCBs, we got all the parts, we got the stencil. Take that PCB, tape it onto your desk. Take the stencil, which is like, it's like a stainless steel, like a thin piece of stainless steel with holes cut out in it to where you want the solder paste to go. Tape that on top. Line it up so that the holes in the stencil line up with the spots on the board. It's pretty clear how to do it, but you tape that on top with masking tape on your desk. Get, you know, get your solder paste. Solder paste, I have links on the README as to like what solder paste to use. I actually really like leaded solder paste, so don't eat it, but lead is kind of a miracle product if you don't eat it. Get a credit card. You know, you probably have it like in your drawer, you don't use that. Get a credit card, use that as your squeegee to put the paste and spread it across the board. That'll squirt the paste onto the board like a nice thin layer. It looks beautiful. It'll lay the paste out all on the top. Now get a pair of tweezers. I have a link to a very nice pair of tweezers that you can get, not expensive, and perhaps a magnifying, I like a super dorky magnifying headset, because these things are pretty small. But basically, when the parts come from DigiKey, they're going to be all in these little bags with each one labeled as to where it goes on the board. So you're just going to take your tweezers, take the parts out of the bag, put them on top of the solder paste on the board. You're just setting them all on top of there. There's a bunch of parts, they're real small. This is the, you know, this requires a little endurance, but you can do it. Then you put it in a toaster oven, like an actual toaster oven. That's that one. I think that's the actual one I use. It's a convection. Convection just means it has like a fan in there, so it sort of like blows the heat around. It has more like even heating. But you're going to put it right on the tray. So you got your PCB with the solder paste on it and all the parts just set on top. You're going to put it on that wire rack right there in the toaster oven. You're going to get a thermocouple, just a temperature sensor, like a temperature probe. You're going to also stick that in there, close the glass door, turn it up to medium. And it's really simple how this works. You just need to hit 2 different temperature set points for a certain amount of time. And I can go over really quickly how to do that. But you're going to turn it on medium. As soon as it gets to 140 degrees Celsius, you're going to start a timer for 2 minutes. Try and keep it at 140. You know, if you have to open the door to cool it off for a little bit. But try and keep it at roughly 140 C for 2 minutes. Once 2 minutes is up, turn the temperature all the way up to max. Wait for it to get to 200 C. Start a timer for 30 seconds. As soon as that timer is done, it'll maybe go up to like, you know, 210, 220, that's fine. Once 30 seconds is up, you're done. Open the door, you know, turn it off, open the door. It's going to be hot AF. Don't touch it right away. Let it chill out. Now that board is soldered. Like it's done. You've only done one side. There's 2 sides. You have to repeat this process on the other side. But I've done hundreds and hundreds of PCBs in a toaster oven. Of course, you never want to use this for food again. Like, don't put your toast in there because it's had leaded solder paste in there. So you do, yeah. So cook yourself a delicious chicken, eat it, then solder your boards and never cook chicken in it again. Yeah, you can use if there's some chicken scraps in there, it's fine, that's fine. Yeah, and then so you repeat this process for the other side. It gets a little bit harder to do the other side because now you have these parts on there, so sometimes I'll like use masking tape or a little bit of cardboard to build like a little stand, hold it up a little bit, but the same sort of idea. You're gonna tape the board down, tape the stencil on it. Usually, from JLC PCB, you'll get 2 stencils, one for the front, one for the back. So use the other stencil, do the same thing, put it back in the toaster oven. If you have to like, put a little metal pieces in there to kind of get it to set up from the wire rack a little bit, or sometimes it'll just be fine, like all the parts can go between the rungs in the rack there. A lot of people ask me like, oh, well, so now we're reflowing it, and a lot of the parts are now on the bottom. Are they gonna like melt and fall off? I've done hundreds of boards, and I've had that happen maybe twice, and it was only one component. We have a fairly heavy inductor. Sometimes that comes off, but usually it's fine. If it comes off, it's a big part, so it's not too hard to solder on with a soldering iron later. Okay, so you have just baked yourself a Bitaxe. This is addictive. I'm like, sorry, not sorry, but this is really addictive. You won't stop. You're gonna wanna like tweak it, how can I get higher hash rate out of this? How can I, get a bigger heatsink put on there, all sorts of things. You're gonna wanna contribute to the project. You're gonna wanna come on OSMU, post pictures of what you're doing. People are gonna be like, that's badass, you will be a hero. You should absolutely do this. This helps decentralize Bitcoin mining. It actually does. Like what I was talking about, the hardware manufacturer right now is too centralized. This does help decentralize it. Small, and insignificant now, but altogether, don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You learn, doing this is a superpower. You learn insane skills, like working on hardware, firmware, reverse engineering, how to build hardware from scratch, like even if you're just building something else, like being able to do that and not just rely on someone else for how to do it, like how to learn KiCad, how to solder them together, how to order these PCBs. It's absolutely a superpower, and you get to join a badass community. I might be a little biased, but it's a pretty rad community. We got like really cool shirts. And you can make money doing this. This is kind of a cool story. If he's watching, maybe, he won't be embarrassed. So there's an outfit that makes a lot of Bitaxes, tens of thousands of Bitaxes. The guy who does that, he had never soldered anything in his life before his first Bitaxe. Dude likes to just go down rabbit holes, but like he soldered, he used my guide here to like solder together his first one. He's like, that's cool, made a few more. Now he's making tens of thousands of them and has a full-on assembly line in his basement. It's really fucking cool. So this is how we take back Bitcoin mining hardware from the evil proprietary mining empire. This is how we dismantle them, 100%. So this is my links page. Open Source Miners United is the, all right, so first, actually, no, I'm talking about the Bitaxe project website, bitaxe.org. You can go there. I have links to everything, including OSMU. I have links to GitHub, where you can get all these design files. You can submit issues. You can do all the fun stuff that you do on GitHub. But bitaxe.org is my website, and that's kind of where I try and round up all the information. There's a link to Discord on Bitaxe, but you can join the OSMU Discord with this link. Like I said, there's a lot of people in there, some very passionate folks. It's fantastic. I don't have a bullet thing for it, but we have the 256 Foundation now, which is actually a granting organization, right, to help fund people who are working on this, to help fund developers. The 256 Foundation, I'm helping them out, but like the mission is to dismantle the proprietary mining empire and raising money to fund developers to work on it, because this all works better if we don't start companies and get VCs in the mix. Things you can do, build a Bitaxe. I mean, that is the entire point of this talk, is like, you can do this. Like, you can just jump in, we can just do things. Like, it's hard, but you're smart people, and we have a huge community that would be happy to help. As an aside, there's this random dude who showed up decentralized mine on Twitter, and he was like, I want to build a Bitaxe, and I'm just going to like live stream it. And the dude's going crazy. He's like built tons of Bitaxes now, and he's live streaming it, and these live streams are hours long. And he'd be like, oh, it didn't work at all, and then he goes back and fixes it the next time. It's really cool. It's if you're looking for a fun project, it is. While you're doing that, you are creating this market. You're creating this demand for this stuff, and manufacturers will see this, especially if you're like, oh, hey, right, you sell, mining ASICs. Like, I want some of those. In fact, I've started a business making Bitaxes or designing my own open source Bitcoin miners. We can demand data sheets from them. We can like demand a better quality of life of engineers from the Bitcoin mining scene. And then, of course, hack it, come up with cool stuff. Go to the ATL BitLab hackathon. When does it start? June 7th. Dude, there's a hardware component to it. You can go there, you can hack your Bitaxe or any other Bitcoin mining hardware, and fame, glory, prizes, legendary status. You should definitely do that.
I was very wrong on your time.
Oh.
Wrap up in 6.
Yeah. This is my last slide. Anyone have any questions? Jungly? What's up? Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, just wondering if you could point to any projects or companies that have been commercially successful with a totally like open source hardware product.
There's a bunch of niche ones. There's a lot of electronics testing tools. There is the sort of maker culture has a lot of hacker tools. There's like pick and place machines that started off as open projects. Like Lumen PNP. I can't point to any like really big hardware projects. There are companies they're flirting with this. Foundation that makes a passport wallet is a very nice device, very polished, very user friendly. They are 100% open source. Like all their hardware, all their firmware is out there. Seed Signer is another fantastic project that releases everything open source. It's early days for this for sure, but it takes a second to get it rolling, but I'm absolutely certain that it will be.
Yeah, we talked about the ASICs and the firmware. I was curious what people are running for like the mining software. Are there like and what like kind of licenses are the popular ones and all that?
The licenses for industrial miners right now for the firmware that people are running is go fuck yourself. Like it's not available at all. It's totally closed source. You can't get it. Anything that we know about it is reverse engineered and hacked, totally unauthorized. The Bitaxe project, it runs the mining software, the firmware is called ESP Miner, and it is GPL fully open source.
The firmware itself is the mining software, basically, and that's how it works with Bitmain's devices as well.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so you don't run like an additional software that communicates with it, or?
Well, Datum is kind of mixing up the system a little bit, and so they have some software that you run on a node. It's a little bit of a gray area. In fact, firmware is not even the correct term for this. We just sort of adopted it. But yeah, the bulk of the mining software is running on the control board as what we would call the firmware.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
I have kind of two questions.
Yeah.
One was, what do you think of Pine? Is that like an open company as well?
Yeah. Pine is an open company. They make a soldering iron. They make a cell phone. They make some desktop computers. I think they're pretty in on RISC-V, which is an open ISA, like how a CPU works, instruction set architecture. So that's a pretty good example of hardware. It's all like pretty niche stuff right now, but people are going to start seeing the value of this.
Okay. And then the second question I had is about efficiency for mining.
Mm-hmm.
So how efficient are we, like as far as the firmware goes and the capability of the chips? Like, is there a lot that we can eke out, or is it already pretty?
The nominal efficiency in a miner it's like an intrinsic property of the ASIC. So Bitaxes inherit the sort of nominal efficiency that comes from the chip. So that's going to come from the ANT miner. We achieve that as well. I think, I mean, this is my like advocacy here. I think because we actually give people that access to the firmware that is what is communicating with the ASIC, that we could get better efficiency, right? We can optimize this and hack it. And there's people doing this. Like someone just released a project to do Bitaxe auto-tuning and start to get in there and start asking some of these questions. Like what happens if we increase the voltage without increasing the frequency or vice versa? Like does that provide any efficiency, increases? We don't have to just stick with the limited options available in stock firmware. We can start playing around with it.
I was wondering who the new ASIC manufacturer is. I know there's, what do we have Bitdeer, Block, and Brains building ASICs now.
Yeah, so you're correct. Bitdeer, Block, Brains are well, I guess Bitdeer has released it. The other two, Brains and Block, are in the early days of it. Block has committed to exactly what I was advocating for, to making chips available to hackers, and I am working with them. We're going to have a Block-based Bitaxe this year. There's also Auditing is another one. They're flirting with with this, should we do this? And I think this is great. Like this is companies who are like, they see Bitmain's huge lead and they kind of want some of that. So they're going after industrial miners as well because they place, massive like multi-million-dollar orders. But they're willing to get creative to do this. And I think, the more of us that get into this and advocate for this, it'll be like, okay, that's a market. Like we can do this. We can justify spending the time to like help these guys out.
I was just wondering what the economics were of cannibalizing these old mining rigs to create the Bitaxes, and also what's the effect of the tariffs for these Chinese parts coming in? What are we seeing there?
I mean, initially the tariffs suck, right? We just pay more for the same stuff. There's like massive supply chain drama in the U.S. especially, and that's a hotly debated topic. So I have some feelings there, but the economics of getting the chips, like your part of your question, it's the way it is now, using sort of unauthorized using Bitmain's chips by just taking them out, like it sucks. We're way overpaying for these things, like because every chip that you buy has some of the cost for the power supply and the enclosure and the heat sinks and all that stuff that you don't care about baked into it. And being that sort of like, secondary buyer or tertiary buyer with no real rights or say or anything to help us out is not ideal. So that's why I'm trying to move off that whole paradigm for sure. Why what? Oh, I mean, you can sell, like, the chip that you take out of a miner, you can sell in a Bitaxe. I mean, it could be 5, 10 times the price. Like, you can make money doing this. No, people will take brand new miners that work perfectly, never plug them in, and just take all the chips off to make Bitaxes. Because you can make, say the miner costs $5,000. If you make 165 Bitaxes out of all those chips, that's more than $5,000. S21 Pro. Yeah, we use the latest and greatest chips, and we get that efficiency. It's the same. Yeah, it's the same efficiency. I want to say it's like 15. Yeah, the sticker's 15 watts per terahash. An S9 is 90 watts per terahash, so we've come a long way. All right. Right on. Thanks, everyone.
that every day. All right. I think I think it might be set. Hold on. Good? Awesome. All right. Well, thanks, everybody. I'm Jay Bitaxe. We're going to talk about some pretty bad words today. But I'm the VP of Research at Foundry, and I spend a lot of time thinking about pool payout methods, risks to the pool, to our customers, our miners, and to the network. And FPPS is kind of a hot topic, so I just wanted to frame it, give some context, especially for this group of folks who actually builds things, solves hard problems. I want to explain a little bit about what a pool is, what sort of payment methodologies exist and why, what FPPS is, know your enemy for some folks, a list of other bad words that influence FPPS, and then I really want to focus on auditing FPPS. I think it's really important to understand that you can get to comfort over what your pool is paying you. And we'll talk about some of the quirks of that too. I'll preview this by saying I have a pretty complicated relationship with FPPS. I've worked on it for 5 years at Foundry. I'm well aware of some of the centralization risks, but there's been a lot of benefits that FPPS has brought to the mining community, and I want to talk a lot about those incentives today too. So what is a pool? It is a risk management service. It's not technology, it's not software, it's not even a protocol. The pool is designed to manage the risk of miners participating in securing the network. Other folks today and yesterday have talked a lot about solo mining and different pooled mechanisms, but at its core, everything is about managing the variance that you experience as a miner. Bitcoin, is probabilistic in its block finding, so there's a chance that even if you're the largest miner in the world, you can go a long period of time without finding a block. Your hash rate is irrelevant. And so historically, pools were developed to manage that risk, ensure smoother, more stable payouts, and smooth and stable payouts will be a theme of this talk. To help manage the business side of mining, right? Especially, and we'll talk about how this day and age, it's even more critical. But we manage the frequency of blocks found. So we look at that across a 24-hour period, right? The subsidy risk, and this is the payout portion of the block subsidy, right? So everybody knows blocks have subsidy, and then they have the transaction fees included. And so as a pool, you try to provide your customers with their share of that. And so we call it managing of subsidy risk, managing of transaction fee risk. And those are two components we'll talk about in a bit. So how do pools manage variance? We manage variance by sharing rewards based on contributions. Hash rate accounting, there's a great workshop going on next door about that as well. Encourage you to watch any recordings of that because I think that's important. But I will not bore you with hash rate accounting today. But essentially, sharing is a ladder, right? So if you're solo mining, you are not sharing with anyone. You don't share your risk. You don't share your reward. You get it all. Not shown here, but in between solo mining and PPLNS is something called proportional share mining, which is very prone to hash rate hopping or pool hopping, where customers would exploit pools share accounting to their benefit. But then starting at the bottom of the ladder here, PPLNS, pay per last end shares. Essentially, you are still taking on the risk of solo mining, except you're a much larger solo miner because you're solo mining with other people. So the accounting for that is basically you are served a block template from your pool, and that pool of hash rate is going to work on that template, and then when that template is found, you will be given a amount proportional to your contribution during a time frame. Tides, which Ocean runs, is very similar to PPLNS, but it is more accurate. They dealt with some issues in their share accounting to provide better returns on the full shares submitted in the time frame. Then we get into some of the more modern and where the trouble comes in with some of the incentives. But we have pay per share, and that just deals with the subsidy variance. So in a pay per share model, miner submits work into a pool, and they are returned just their share of a subsidy, of the subsidy for the value of their hash rate. And we'll look at some formulas in a little bit, but the work done in PPLNS or Tides is a share. You count up this number of shares submitted. In PPS, PPS Plus, and FPPS, your hash rate is converted into the probability of a single hash finding a block based on network difficulty. So you fight network difficulty. You do not fight the hash rate on the network. Pay per share plus, as the name implies, is pay per share, but now with a transaction fee component. So now we can get smooth payments across the subsidy and your transaction fee, but only for the transaction fees the pool finds. And FPPS takes that a step further, and we'll show again with formulas that you now have smooth payment based on the subsidy and the variance. These all have costs, right? So PPLNS, as I said, it's like solo mining, but on a bigger scale. So you have the highest highs, the lowest lows. You will experience variance on block finds and the subsidies. The blocks you find might have the lowest transaction fees that day, so you're getting transaction fee variance. Tides, again, very similar, but it doesn't have slippage on older shares, so you're getting a little bit more juice out of it. PPS, like I said, no exposure to transaction fee reward, which means you're not getting a good chunk of the change now as transaction fees are becoming more and more relevant. In a high subsidy environment, as Bitcoin used to be, that was fine. It was tolerable. Fees were really low. People didn't really care. PPS Plus, again, your transaction fee reward is limited to the blocks found by the pool offering that payment method. So you're not getting the transaction fees of other blocks. And of course, FPPS is perfect. It's beautiful. And it limits your exposure to spikes in transaction fee reward. And we'll talk a little bit about that with the formulas, how that happens. The pool charges a higher fee to subsidize the risk management because they're taking the variance risk for the subsidy, the variance risk for the transaction fees. And that also leads to really high capital requirements, which starts to get into spookier game theory stuff that pools are catching a lot of flack for now. And it's important to understand those risks, but what do you optimize for? We've got folks like Scott and the Bitaxe guys who love everything that they're doing, but their goals and their risk tolerance is very different than a publicly traded company. So a large capital intensive business, they have to deal with investors, they have to deal with auditors, public markets, and they're going to want to tolerate as little risk on their side as possible. Whereas a sovereign seeking individual, I run a Bitaxe, I run machines in my home, I don't particularly care to have FPPS because it's not what I'm doing it for. I'm not doing it to sustain a business. And it's really important to understand, miners are businesses. They want stable, predictable income with low risk to themselves, right? And that's where FPPS comes in. They do not necessarily not care, but they don't prioritize the centralization risk that comes with that because they're thinking on a shorter time frame because, again, they're running a business. Bills need to get paid, payroll has to go out, and you need to keep the lights on. And so it's a balancing act of, FPPS is good for that, but there are risks that folks are, rightfully identifying. And the current distribution hash rate seems to support this. PPLNS has gone to the wayside. Props to Oceans for bringing tides, but the majority of modern mining is done on FPPS because the stable payouts are helpful for them. So what is FPPS? Like I said, we're going to talk a little bit about formulas. I tried to make this as approachable as possible. If you want to, hurt yourself, come talk to me later and I can show you much worse versions. The full pay per share pays the expected value of a hash rate based on the current network difficulty, and it includes both subsidy and transaction fees. It expands on that PPS concept, which is the first formula here, takes the user's hash rate in difficulty terms. It's 2 to the 32nd power is the probability that a single hash will find a block at difficulty 1. So you translate your hash rate, your hashes per second, into the difficulty terms, and then you use that to determine the share of the block subsidy for 24 hours. In the case of FPPS or PPS, everything is done in a 24-hour payment window. And so FPPS takes that base, right? So that's the subsidy component of the Coinbase reward, and then adds a rate to it that takes the transaction fee, the sum of the transaction fees in a 24-hour period, and the sum of the block subsidy in a 24-hour period. I will put a major caveat here. This is the most naive Bitcoin, FPPS formula. Every pool, including Foundry, and I'll show you, we publish this openly, we publish our algo, does haircuts, top and bottom of the transaction fees and the blocks. And so, and we'll talk about it when we go through the audit, but basically we take a haircut because it protects downside risk from the pool in fat fingers or certain types of malicious activity in the mempool that could impact the FPPS payouts. But I'll highlight the example of like that 80 some odd Bitcoin transaction fee. Somebody, I think we mined one of them, but like somebody else mined it one day. And the way that FPPS works is no matter what the pool mines, they pay out as if they had an average of the network. And so a fee spike like that, when you're taking the full risk, like in PPLNS, you'll get that reward, that's great, but the pool isn't liable to pay you out if it didn't get it. In FPPS, you're liable. And so that haircut is really important for managing the pool's risk to ensure the stability of our payouts. So we'll talk about that, and I'm not making any claims to any other pool aside from Foundry. I just want to be very clear. I know how we do it. I'm not sure how other folks do it, but I do know that everyone is taking haircuts. And before we get into the audit, I want to talk a little bit more about like why does it dominate? It is the culmination of the quest for stable payouts. It provides the most predictable payouts, period. There's no way to mimic it, mimic the stability with any other, less centralized method today. TBD, soon, maybe. It's plug and play, right? And I think this is a big theme that we see recently in the past, 5 years of mining, where large operators are coming in from the energy sector or from the financial sector who are looking to build out mines. They see the money, they see the opportunity, and they want to play the game. For them, I don't think it's feasible for them to want to learn about the risks that they may face when an option already exists, a low-cost insurance option, right, that allows them to de-risk very cheaply, right? FPPS fees are higher than other pool fees, but they're not exorbitant, and allows them to get started quickly, and then allows them to have better conversations with their investors, with their auditors, and they don't have to talk about luck. And public markets don't like the concept of luck. And so that's really a huge driver in its dominance is the large mining operations. It's one less thing to think about. And I kind of sit between the tech side and the build out side, but building out a mine is complicated. Running a mine is complicated. The less you have to worry about, the better you're going to feel and the better your business is going to operate. It's market demand. It's not a conspiracy. These are just incentives, and the incentives are doing what they're supposed to do. And it's based on, other bad words, trust, right? FPPS requires a lot more trust of the miners in their pool. And it's one thing that Foundry has been really, adamant about. We're super transparent in everything that we do. I have sat with countless clients to walk them through exactly how FPPS works, how our methodologies work, the decisions we've made, because it's really important when you're throwing that much hash rate that you feel comfortable that you're not getting scammed or anything like that. It leaves a lot of room for gaming, right? As I talked about, we take a haircut. When people hear that, like, whoa, why are you taking a haircut? You're taking a cut of my money? Well, no, we'll provide a service for you at a low rate. We need to de-risk ourselves, right? This is a huge risk. But there's other games that can be played within blocks in the set and all sorts of stuff. And the incentives to do this are there, right? For the incentives for better economics run counter to decentralization, economies of scale. It's a lot better to manage risk if we had 100% of the network. We do not want that. That's not a quest. I'm not speaking for Foundry on that. Just in the hypothetical, we would do so much better if we were 100%, but that's centralization. We could censor all sorts of stuff. And what I think we see with other pools is incentives on the economic side pushing FPPS down into other pools, right? We saw, I think, Slush or Brains now, moved from PPLNS, they were the last holdout, to FPPS, not because they wanted to, not because they like FPPS, but because that's what the market wanted. And now you're seeing more risk enter the system because of that. I'm not trying to say that they're doing anything wrong, but FPPS definitely requires much more capital. Capital brings more risk, and it separates us further from the base protocol. How am I doing on time? Oh, look at that. Oh, plenty of time. Okay. So we're going to audit FPPS. I was going to do it like live, but my network connectivity is a little bit jank. But we're going to do it first in PowerPoint. And then we will, I'll pull up a couple tabs and show you the data sources. How does this work? How you can do it yourself. And this is something we push for all of our customers. Here's how you do it yourself. Here's how you do it in Excel. You want to write it in Python. You want to do it pen and paper. You can do it. So this is a screenshot of a payout for a sub-account on Foundry yesterday. This is for an account, the sub-account that we control, right? This is our hash rate and our secret mountain layer. But it's small, right? This is, I think, like a couple M60s. And we see this is what's reported to our customers. So for the daily earnings for the 7th of May, the hash rate reported to the pool was 1.082. They earned, or we earned, in this case, 57,000 sats, 745 sats worth of transaction fees. Our FPPS rate, which is basically, results in this, is 101.3. We have fees, right? Every pool has fees. We got to eat. And then the total net payout, this is the number that matters, right? 56,433. And so how do I know that this is real or right? You're going to need a couple things. You're going to need a published FPPS formula, right? This is a link to ours, and I'll pull that up in a moment. You're going to need access to block data for the 24-hour UTC day, and you don't need to get it from us, right? So the only thing you really need from the pool is their formula, right? Everything else you can source, hash rate you should get from the pool if you want to audit the pool payouts, because there's slippage, there's stale shares, rejected shares. But everything, in theory, you could do it yourself. Or if you wanted to assess a pool and you knew their formula, you could take their formula, use your reported hash rate locally, and get within some margin of comfort that, hey, they're going to be good for payouts. You need access to hash rate data for the same time frame. You need a tool to process it. I did Excel for this one. We have an FPPS calculator that I will show you, but I wanted to do this as like balancing trustlessness in the sense, well, we trust Microsoft a little, I don't know, but balancing that versus like writing it in code, and I want it to be accessible to the folks. You could also do pencil, paper, and TI-89. And of course you need a positive attitude to do this, because crunching numbers is not always enjoyable. So as we saw with the formula, we need a couple things. We need the user hash rate. We need what the current block subsidy is, right, 3.125. Network difficulty, the seconds in a day. Transaction fees, and the block subsidy in a 24-hour period. We know a couple of these off the bat. We know the block subsidy. We know the seconds in a day. Those don't change. And the rest we're going to have to pull out. And so these are pulled from a Foundry node, not the pool node, but a Foundry node. So forgive me. I know a little bit of trust here, but it's the nodes I have access to. We get the user hash rate, which we have to convert into hashes per second. We get the network difficulty, which is 119 trillion. Is that a sign for certain bips? I don't know. The sum of the fees in the 24-hour period, the sum of the block subsidy in that same period, and the pool fee percentage, which we saw was 2.45. So step one, you got to calculate that PPS base. So your hash rate in seconds, or your hashes per second, in difficulty terms, times the subsidy divided by the network difficulty, seconds in a day, and you get your PPS base, 57,103, which matches here. Sorry. Then you need to determine the sum of the transaction fees and block subsidies in that same period. And I'll show you again the extraction that I did in Excel to get that, but it turns out the rate is 1.01311 when we do that. Again, this includes the trimming of the top and bottom three, as is Foundry's algorithm. Calculate the gross payment. So we take the the PPS base times the FPPS rate. We get our gross. We then take the net. We trim out the pool fee, and we get the resultant 56,434, which is one sat off from what the pool reported. Why did that happen? Well, one, we used Excel, so sorry. Excel has really weird rounding quirks for small numbers, but it's accessible. The one sat delta, if I were to do this for multiple days, it tends to flip it out and goes to 0. If I were to do this in Python, it would work as intended, or any, pick your language. Forgive my, simpleness, but then it would be at 0. But that doesn't mean that's the only reason that this happened, right? FPPS is weird and quirky. So some of the variance is expected. Also, this is a reconciliation using average reported at the end of the 24-hour period. The way that Foundry actually calculates FPPS, we take the specific number of shares you actually submitted to us, right? And so there's going to be, issues with accuracy in what's reported at the GUI and what's actually reported in our back end. You have access to that if you are a customer. But again, for simplicity's sake, I took the GUI to show that even with that slight variance, we're still only seeing a one sat delta, which is way less than 1%. Some of the other quirks, we're talking about variance risk and transaction fee risk that we're trying to absorb. This goes back to that top-bottom cut, where we have, because we're absorbing this risk, we need to take that cut, and that means that a customer will miss out on, if it's a single large transaction spike in one block, they won't get the full breadth of that. If there is a sustained period of high fees, they get it, right? So it all comes down to the consistency of the fee market at the time when the calculation is run. If it's consistently high or consistently low, FPPS is very spot on. But if there are blips up or down, it starts to deform over time. Human time versus block time. So I redid this audit last night. I freaked out because I decided I was going to use a different third-party source. So all the block data I pulled from Mempool, and then I double-checked it with a Foundry node. But at first I was like, oh, let me see, what else I can get. Human time messed up the other data provider. I won't name names, but they had a block included in that UTC window that the other sources did not. And then, block time is, block height is, very tight and tidy, but human time can get a little bit weird, and there's some variance allowed for it. And so it's important as you're auditing FPPS and looking at it, make sure you're getting, a lot of sources, and like you can identify quirks, and then you can go back to the pool that's providing you the FPPS payout and say, hey, what did you see for that day? Can you tell me? And I'll show you how we do that as well. And then hash rate accuracy, which is what I talked about a little bit before, right? We calculate this based on the shares we receive versus what's displayed on the GUI, which is just your nominal hash rate. Finally, difficulty adjustments during the payment calculation window get weird. And so, this formula I showed you, very simple, but there is a lot of considerations around difficulty adjustments in the middle of that 24-hour period make the calculation worse or more difficult. But it's still easily done, but essentially you're now having to difficulty weight the shares that are being submitted, and it works out. It has the same 1 sat delta if we do it in Excel, but I will spare you that today. Final thoughts. Incentives rule everything around me, right? Stable payouts are why FPPS exists. Stable payouts are why it's so dominant. It's really hard to change that. You can't fight incentives. Like it kind of is the basis of everything we're doing here. FPPS methodologies are auditable when the formula is known. If you don't know the formula, you don't know what trims they're taking. You don't know if they're using what we use, like a rate methodology. There's other approaches to add that FPPS component. So you can't check the work if you don't know what you're checking. Mining is business. Bitcoin is adversarial system. We have incentives that are fighting against one another. We need to look for incentives that will help us align those conflicting risks that we're trying to balance. And this is not, I'm not making a moral judgment here, but FPPS is directly responsible for the rapid growth of hash rate, as it made Bitcoin mining to be predictable and therefore investable. Right, we see huge amounts of money coming in from the public markets to fund massive build-outs all over the world, and one of the driving forces of that is the stability and consistency and auditability of FPPS. Speaking with many public auditors around pool payouts, teaching them how to do it, they gronk FPPS, they understand it, they like that they can recalculate it in Excel themselves and find what in the audit business is called an immaterial error of 1 or 2 sats over massive amounts of time. Future state, FPPS, like PPS Plus and PPS, is a subsidy-focused payout method, and that goes down every halving, right? FPPS in the 6.25 and 12, that was great. Like that was, as a miner, you're getting paid a ton. Obviously, that like USD price is different. But over time, FPPS becomes much less appealing from a pool perspective to offer because the risk that we take on for that variance is going through the roof because the transaction variance is way worse than the subsidy, right? Subsidy, we know every block, at least if we find a block on the Poisson distribution, we're fine. The transaction fee is a crapshoot. And as that becomes a more important component of Bitcoin, we start to see issues with the economics of FPPS. So at some point in the future, it does become unsustainable unless miners are willing to accept an exorbitant amount of fees. So I don't think that's the case. That is the end of the slides, but I do want to walk through some of what we talked about here. So Foundry publishes our methodology. This is publicly accessible. We encourage customers to look at this. As I said, this is a little bit more involved than what I showed in Excel, but it's essentially this is the PPS base, and then this is the FPPS rate with the trim of the top 3 and bottom 3 blocks. And then a lot of the narrative here is just how do you do this, and then you add it, you multiply it together with the pool fee, and you get your result. We also have a walkthrough method here with BlockShare because we're going to update this soon, but this is, again, just walking you through exactly how to extract data from a third-party source, dump it into Excel to get your FPPS rate, because ultimately it's the FPPS rate that we're responsible for, and it's hard to calculate. PPS base is very, very easy. Now, I didn't open with this because I wanted to show you that you can do it in Excel, pen, paper, whatever you want, but we also have a publicly accessible payout calculator that takes our algorithm and makes it a little bit more user-friendly, right? Again, you're trusting us, right? The backend is a real Bitcoin node, I promise. We don't manipulate it, but again, it's trust. You select the difficulty date, so this is the same numbers that we just did in Excel. You put in your hash rate, and you can select the unit because it has to take it down into hashes per second, and it calculates your PPS base here, and then it calculates the FPPS rate based on the day's difficulty, the blocks found in the day, and your pool fee, and it gives you the payout, which matches the Excel version that was in the PowerPoint. And the reason that this has a 1 sat delta from what's on the pool, again, is because this is doing nominal hash rate, not the shares actually received, right? So there's a slight expected variance there. We show our work. And then for the calculation breakdown for FPPS rate, we actually will show you every block mined in that time frame. We will show you what's been excluded. And we will then also break it out here in more digestible form, showing you the total fees, the sum of the blocks, and then the rate here. And then again, you do it in Excel, same stuff we went through, and then showing the delta here. But that is it. I think I've got a couple minutes for questions, so happy to chat.
Thank you for this, Jay. I've never thought about this concept from, can you hear me? Okay, I've never thought about this concept from the perspective of the risk of the mining pool. And so that means I've never thought about the long-term effects of the subsidy going down and the transaction fees being more influential.
Mm-hmm.
Are you willing to speculate on what that future may look like whenever that balance gets flipped?
Yeah, I mean, I can speculate. I think we have some time, right? We got to get more activity going on there. Hopefully less JPEGs, but some sort of economic activity to bolster those fees, because 3.125 Bitcoin every 10 minutes on average is still pretty good. In a worst case scenario where it totally inverts and we have a couple halvings out where around 1 Bitcoin or less, and the fees are more than 1 Bitcoin, FPPS is just not sustainable, because the risk management, and I come from a financial services background, specifically FX risk management. So the risk management needed on the transaction fee volatility is just like, it's not, the cost to do that would make offering this in a fair price point to the customer is just like not tenable. And so what would happen, I think, is either a reversion to a PPS plus model in which that heavy risk component is dialed back, and we just say we'll pay you what we find, but we're not paying for anybody else's fines, but we will continually pay you out for the subsidy side, or back to PPS, PPLNS or tides or something similar where there's just even no acceptance of risk. But I think it is a real possibility, and this is a far future. This is not going to happen next week. I'm not trying to be a doomer, but that is a really big possibility of hey, it's just not sustainable to offer that transaction fee component. We can still offer a subsidy component. That's risk we can manage all day. Transaction fees, I don't know when Taproot Wizards are going to come out with their latest batch and spike the fees, or sometimes exchanges do really weird consolidation things and it just spikes it, and that does, pools don't love that. I am extremely sorry, guys. Yeah, I hope that answered.
You mentioned that there was some discrepancy between different data sources for how many blocks there were within a particular 24-hour period. Is that because block arrival time is being used, or is it the time in the block header? And if so, is there potential for some shenanigans then when you're sending the final block that would be within a particular time frame, because you could set the time in the header to be something different?
So that is very niche. We haven't seen that. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
So the first part was, is it the block time that's used to calculate which blocks are within a 24-hour period? Is it the
Yes.
block time in the header?
Yes. And so I found a bug in somebody else's thing. I think that's what that was. But again, that's why you need to triple check on your stuff, especially, if you were doing this from a perspective of being, making a choice on who you're going to be a pool with, do your work, check it twice kind of stuff. It is in the header. At least that's how we calculate it, right? And so some other data sources may calculate it when their node saw it versus when it is in the header. But Foundry's FPPS methodology, we take the header stamp. Sorry, that's the answer.
Thanks.
Yeah, the only other thing that I was going to add was you can't really expect transaction fees to offset the subsidy perfectly because the nature of transaction fees are fundamentally very different from the nature of subsidy if it does perform that activity and becomes a more significant component of the block reward. So the idea that even that FPPS could be sustainable if transaction fees increase to kind of offset that subsidy, even then FPPS would likely die.
Can you speak at all to the dynamic going on with a lot of the pools where they're making the same block template? I mean, you made a good case that this is, very financially intensive and requires a lot of capital to do. And I assume that there is a financial arrangement going on between these other pools and Bitmain to financially backstop them. And for some reason, Bitmain said, okay, so if we financially backstop you, you have to use our block template. I don't know why they would have done that. But can you give any insight as to what might be going on behind the scenes that probably is not public information?
right, we're live. Welcome. My NIM is VNPRC. That's a mouthful. You can just call me Evan. But I'm here today to talk to you about proxy pools and how we can harness the free market to decentralize Bitcoin mining. I've seen a few talks before, and some people like to start with quotes. I thought that was cool. Let's try some quotes. This is one of my favorite quotes. I'm an anarchist, like any sensible person. Anybody know who said that? Merlin, the wizard. I don't know if you know, he was an anarchomancer. What a Chad. Here's another one. Anarchy is not a desire for chaos. Anarchy is a respect for emergent order. Anybody know who said that? No guesses? That was me, just now. Let's talk about emergent order. Emergent order enables local decisions, and local decisions are the best decisions because information is distributed. We can see examples of this in biology, all over the place. Ecosystems represent emergent order. Hive insects seem to act as a single organism, even though nobody's calling the shots. They call her the queen bee. She is not a monarch. She actually doesn't control anything. Neural networks, likewise. Anybody who has kids out there, you can watch your kids' brains like grow and learn in real time. It's fucking amazing. This is an example of emergent order in the wild. We see the same thing happen in free markets. This is a street map of Tokyo. Tokyo is an unplanned city. So nobody sat down and designed this map. It just sort of evolved as people built businesses, built roads, and the city just grew naturally from disorder to order. Likewise, we see the same thing happen with commodity prices and supply chains. If you were here earlier for Scott's talk, he recommended everybody goes and builds a Bitaxe because he wants to apply this pressure, this market pressure, so that people start selling ASICs directly to consumers. This is an example of a supply chain developing organically, emergent order. Scott knows how that works. Let's talk about central planning. I think the central planning fallacy really can be boiled down to the failure to recognize the distribution of information. Bitcoin mining today is centrally planned. This is bad. It concentrates power and risk. It eliminates the resiliency of the Bitcoin network in favor of efficiency. Efficiency of what? Mining pool profits. This is not really great for us as Bitcoiners. This is a picture of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. My dad had this set of books on our bookshelf the whole time I was growing up. I looked at it in my living room my whole life. And my takeaway was that all centrally planned systems eventually fail over a long enough time frame. Mining pool monopolies are bad. And the reason I think they're bad is because they do three things. They aggregate hash rate, they price risk, and they produce block templates. And this particular combination is a toxic combination because the aggregator services are a natural monopoly. So the larger your mining pool is, the more you want to mine with them because they produce blocks more regularly. This is called a natural monopoly. Money is the same thing, and that explains Bitcoin's network effects. Pools use risk pricing, which they also do, to consolidate their power. And this increases centralization over time. Anybody who's paying attention, who has seen so many of the talks at this conference and other conference, knows that mining pools are centralizing. So that we can watch this happen in real time. But really the thing that makes this super bad for Bitcoin is that these centralized mining pools are also block template producers. And anybody who's studied Bitcoin for a while knows we need to decentralize block template producers to make Bitcoin resilient. So my conclusion from this is that mining pool monopolies put all of Bitcoin at risk. And frankly, Bitcoin is too important to let mining pools fuck it up. Let's talk about the life cycle of a mining share. Here we see, this is the Bitcoin network here, mining pool, internet. These other icons here are all components. These are electrical components found within a Bitcoin ASIC appliance. Scott, right there, the ASIC is the chip. The appliance is the big box you buy with the fans that plugs into your dryer outlet. All right, so how does a mining share work, or how does a block get found? And this is a simplified SV1 model, so it's a little bit different if you get more complex protocols, but I think I'm just trying to illustrate a point here. So the mining pool asks its Bitcoin node for a block template. The node is like, cool, here's a block template. The mining pool sends this template, or really it condenses down this information into a nonce space that it wants miners to hash over. And it sends this through the internet to an ASIC appliance somewhere, maybe in your house. The ASIC appliance has a control board. So this is sort of the thing that controls the 3 hash boards. The control board reduces the nonce space and splits it amongst the hash boards, sends some work downstream. The hash boards have a ton of ASICs on them. Likewise, there's a controller on the hash board. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not really an expert on this, but I think this is directionally correct. The hash board splits up the work to each ASIC. The ASIC likewise has a number of cores, just like your CPU has cores on it. ASICs do too. So the ASIC chip itself shares this work out to all of the ASIC cores. So the core finally is the thing that actually does the hashing. We've got some work. We're going to hash, hash, hash. Cool. We found a share. What happens now? The ASIC core has a share. It sends it upstream to the ASIC chip. The controller in the ASIC chip is going to apply a filter and see if this proof of work share is good enough to send upstream. And if it is, it'll send it up to the hash board. The hash board likewise has a controller, sends it to the control board, filters more, sends it across the internet to the mining pool. The mining pool has a difficulty value. It's going to filter out shares below this value. And if you're super, super lucky, like that guy with the Bitaxe the other month, you can find a Bitcoin block. And the mining pool is like, oh, this is good enough. I'm going to send it to my Bitcoin node, and we're going to broadcast it to the network. So let's flip this whole dynamic around and look at it a different way. This is a funnel diagram. And on the left, you see all these components. These are all the different places where a difficulty filter is applied. And on the right side, you can see the share acceptance rate. So the ASIC core just YOLOs everything up to the controller. It has a 1 times 10 and 0. So it's 1 and 1. 100% of the shares go down to the next layer in the funnel. The ASIC chip eliminates 90% of them. The hash board, we're just going to talk orders of magnitude now. We get 1 in 1,000 on the hash board, the control board 1 in 10,000, and this is where things get really wild. So once the share leaves your ASIC appliance, before it hits the Bitcoin network as a node, we've got 9 more orders of magnitude of difficulty. And these are rough numbers. This is astronomer math. We're just counting zeros. I'm not trying to be too precise. But my point is that there's a lot of room to work with here. We've got 9 orders of magnitude to play with. So if we really want to decentralize Bitcoin mining, I think this is the place to build. Below the top level mining pool, in between that and the ASIC. So what does a healthy mining pool stack look like? I think where we need to go is we need to have layers of mining pools. At the top level, I call it the aggregator pool. So this pool, all it does is aggregate hash rate, it constructs the coin base, and it ensures fair and regular payouts for all of its accounts. And crucially, this aggregator pool does not assume any of the luck risk. Luck risk is the chance that your Bitcoin pool, that your mining pool is going to find more blocks than expected or less blocks than expected. Mining is a necessarily random process, so we can't anticipate this. Someone has to assume this risk. And by the way, assuming risk is just another way to say pricing hash rate. Below this aggregator pool, we're going to have a number of proxy pools. And I really like this swim lane analogy because each of these proxy pools is an account with the aggregator pool, and they control a Coinbase output. So the aggregator pool controls the entire Coinbase. The proxy pools each get an output in this Coinbase. And the way I think of this is they get a swim lane in the aggregator pool. And crucially, these proxy pools are going to produce block templates. And I think this is where a lot of Bitcoiners are not thinking about the economic use case. I think we need to build business models at the proxy pool layer. We need an economic incentive for people to run these things. And you see I've got a couple ideas down here. We've got Axe Pool, I think Arc Pool. I'm not sure how that works exactly, but there's something promising there. We're going to talk about Swap Pool and Lightning Pool towards the end. Let's talk about payout mechanisms. So you're probably familiar with FPPS. It stands for full pay per share, or PPS is pay per share. The way this payout mechanism works is that the pool assumes all of the luck risk, provides regular payouts, and it prices hash rate, which is just another way, like I said, another way to say that it assumes the risk. The problem with this model is that it is necessarily custodial and trusted. It's not verifiable. It's not composable. This is a black box. So this is basically the trust me bro accounting model. I promise you we're paying fairly. We put our algorithm on our website, so you know we're paying you fairly. This is a big centralization vector. Side note, the difference between PPS and FPPS is really just whether the pool is profit-sharing transaction fees. This is a minor difference. It fundamentally doesn't change any of these bullet points up here. So FPPS and PPS are basically the same for this analysis. I think this payout mechanism is not suitable for an aggregator pool for reasons I've already explained. It's a systemic risk to Bitcoin. I think there is a place, though, on the proxy pool layer if you want to run this business model. I don't think it's like completely out of the question. There may be a use case for these things. Another payout mechanism that is, used to be dominant. It's sort of we're trending in the wrong direction, but another way to do payouts is PPLNS. It stands for pay per last in shares. And in this payout mechanism, the pool does not assume the luck risk. The miners assume the luck risk. And what the pool does is it provides regular payouts, and it smooths out these payouts using a system called a window function. And the way this works is that when you're a miner on a PPLNS pool, you find a share. There's a window of time. We can think of it as time. It's really measured in difficulty submitted to the pool, but you can kind of set that to the side right now. There's a window of time where that share is entitled to a little piece of the block reward of all of the blocks that the pool finds within that time window. And a really useful mental model for me is I think of this as momentum. It's momentum because there's a ramp-up period. As you turn on your miner and you start mining to this pool, you start finding shares, you fill up this time window full of shares, and once your time window is fully filled with shares, you're cranking on all cylinders now. You're getting all of the rewards that you have earned. And likewise, if you turn your miner off, that momentum still carries you forward, and you just have a slow ramp down period. As the old shares expire, you get a little bit more rewards for each of those. This is a better system because not only does the miner assume the luck risk, but it's also non-custodial for large accounts if you do it right. If you saw the Ocean talk or the Datum talk, what they do is they'll actually build payouts into the Coinbase for miners directly. This is a non-custodial mining pool because the new Bitcoin that gets earned does not flow through the mining pool account. It goes in the Coinbase directly to the user. Unfortunately, it only works for a small number of payouts. There's some limitations in the miner firmware, on the size of the Coinbase. There's also an economic sort of tug of war between making the Coinbase bigger and collecting more fees in the rest of the block. You sort of cannibalize your block. So I think CTV can remove this limitation, but I've gotten some pushback from some other people because it kind of kicks the can down the road. You still have to unroll this CTV payment tree. But I do think there's a case to be made here to pitch behind CTV. But this is not a soft fork talk. This is not a covenant talk. I think PPLNS is suitable for an aggregator pool or a proxy pool, but probably not both. I've got a little chart later. We'll go over that. And there actually is an older payout mechanism that has fallen out of use a long time now, but I think maybe due for a comeback. It's called proportional, and this is sort of kind of PPLNS just with no momentum. And the way it works is that every block, the miner, so the mining pool just counts up all shares submitted to the pool that were accepted in between every block. And when it finds a block, it just divides. So the Coinbase has a certain payout. You've got a certain number of shares. You divide the payout by the shares, and each share gets their piece of the puzzle. This fell out of use due to pool hopping, and pool hopping is a phenomenon where, if you look at the chart over here, if you think about it, so if a mining pool just finds a block, that first share, it essentially, there's no state. So we've reset the share accounting to 0. We just found a block. We're starting on a new block. That first share that the mining pool receives in the new mining window is worth 100% of the block reward. So this is the peak over here. The second share is worth 50% of the mining reward, and then 33%. So the value of each share right after a block is found peaks, and then it goes in this slow downward trend. And this led to a phenomenon called pool hopping, where a miner would join a pool right after it found a block, mine up those super valuable shares, hoping for a quick block right after. And then as time goes on, if the pool did not find a block quickly, that miner would churn out and leave and go mine somewhere else because the shares are not worth that much anymore. We sort of solve this by smoothing the payouts with this window function in PPLNS. I think we might be able to bring back proportional with a couple of fixes. So there's something called a proof of work challenge. Oh, sorry. There's something called proof of work challenge, and we can use this to make connections to the mining pool sticky. And this will disincentivize people from disconnecting and reconnecting to a mining pool. The way it works is you just give you give a miner like a puzzle to solve. Maybe it's a SHA-256 hash function. Maybe it's some other kind of puzzle. So it takes them a little bit of work to reconnect to the mining pool. But this alone, I think, is not enough. We're also going to need some way to price these shares. So if you look at this graph over here, we've got share value on the left. The reason pool hopping was, I think, was a big problem was because there's no way to sell your shares. If we introduce a marketplace for mining shares, we can have those early miners actually sell those shares for a profit, and we can have some arbitrageurs come in and try to smooth out this curve with a free market mechanism. I think this could be suitable as a payout mechanism for an aggregator pool or a proxy pool. And here I put together a little chart to sort of help me think about these ideas. And as you can see on the left here, the FPPS model is not suitable at all for an aggregator pool because of the systemic risk that I explained in the first few slides. But I think there are a couple of really cool combinations here. If we have a PPLNS aggregator pool and a proportional proxy pool, that could be really cool. The proxy pool has momentum, so all the miners in the pool sort of fill up the share window. It takes a while for the pool as a whole to ramp up and ramp down. We could also have a proportional aggregator pool and a PPLNS proxy pool. And this is a similar situation, but actually the proxy pool accounts themselves have this window function. So they have momentum. They ramp up and ramp down, individualized at the account level at the proxy pool. And then there's this weird corner. Oh, and I do have, I think FPPS could be useful. Like if you have an aggregator pool, it doesn't price hash rate. You can have a proxy pool at a lower layer that doesn't necessarily create a systemic risk because it takes away this natural monopoly phenomena. Oh, I should update this slide because they do price hash rate as well. I didn't think about that. There's things, man, you get up and present to people and start to question yourself. Down here in the corner, proportional. I mean, I think it's possible. Is it a good idea? I don't know. I can't think of a reason why it's a terrible idea, but at the same time, I can't think of a reason why it would be useful. Maybe there's some use case here. I don't know. I'll have to continue thinking about this more. But some challenges with this architecture layout. We're talking about like blowing up the number of mining pools. So where I want to go is we need to have a lot of small mining pools. But this introduces a lot of attack vectors. Small pools are kind of easier to attack than large pools. There's a number of protocol vulnerabilities. Stratum v1, not a great protocol. Has many vulnerabilities. It's not even like a strictly defined spec. I think we can use Stratum v2 to solve some of these issues. Stratum v2 introduces worker authentication, which can protect us from Sybil attacks, connection flooding, impersonation. It has a nice, tightly defined, compact binary message format. This prevents malformed messages. So in the Stratum v2 world, if someone were to send you like a really large share with like crazy data in there, you just toss it out immediately before you start committing significant server resources because you know it exceeds the tightly defined format for these messages. In Stratum v1, that's a little bit harder to do. You have to deserialize the JSON and try to parse it, commit more server resources to each share. And finally, and I think probably the biggest deal in Stratum v2 in terms of security is separation of roles. So Stratum v2 has a number of different processes that each take care of different roles. So if you, for example, try to upgrade your job declarator server, there's a bug or maybe some vulnerability, it goes down. All of the work that you have sent out to your miners is still valid, and they can continue hashing on it, and they can continue sending shares upstream. There's a small time window. They need new work relatively frequently, But it gives you a little bit of a grace period. You have like maybe 30 seconds to a minute to get your shit together, get your job declared or back up before you start seeing a disruption in your miner services. I think this would be increasingly important as the market grows and there are more mining pools and there are more attack vectors and there are more motivated actors to try to knock these pools down. There are some gaps in the SV2 protocol though. It kind of leaves template validation wide open. So it's kind of up to the pool operator to decide whether and how often to validate templates. I do have some thoughts on that. Also, block withholding attacks are kind of an unaddressed problem. But I have some thoughts on that as well, and we'll get into that in a second. Also, just DOS attacks in general. The good news is, at a very high level, proof of work is a natural rate limiter. So I think we can kind of solve DOS attacks. This is what I was talking about earlier with the sticky connections. Some DOS attackers are not malicious. For example, the nerd miner is an ESP32 mining device. It puts out 75 kilohash per second. It's like a thumb drive you can plug into your computer. This is actually not looked favorably upon by some pool operators because that nerd miner needs to open a connection to the pool. Connections are a limited resource. And if it's doing 75 kilohash, it's not hashing enough to pay for that resource that it's consuming. So again, I think we do a proof of work challenge before opening the connection, kind of disincentivize some of this stuff. The best solution would be for the pool to have a block template and have these miners mine on the pool's block template before and find a share above a certain difficulty before they connect. But maybe we can do, I don't know, maybe that's too heavyweight. Need to play around and see what works. For block withholding attacks, this is an interesting attack. The way it works is you have one pool mined to a rival pool, and they're submitting shares, and they do everything they're supposed to do, except when they find a winning block, they just don't submit the winning block to their rival pool. So it's called a block withholding attack. So you're mining to the pool, and you just don't send the winning blocks. This is very difficult to detect, but make no mistake, this is a very real attack. I 100% believe it happens in practice. In the real world, I believe it has happened. I don't think people talk about it a lot because it's hard to prove and it's kind of embarrassing if you get attacked in this way. The cost to block withhold attack an FPPS pool is free because remember we talked about this. The FPPS pool assumes all of the luck risk, and this attack essentially is attacking the luck risk of the pool. So the FPPS pool is paying out a flat rate to all of its miners. It's not finding any blocks. All of the cost of compensating miners comes from the pool's reserves, comes from their bank account. That's why it's free to the attacker. On a PPLNS pool, fortunately, we've got a little more leeway because, as we said, the luck risk of the pool is assumed by the miners. So the attacker actually loses out proportional to their share of the total hash rate. They lose out on those rewards. An example to think about this is say I have a pool that's mining 1 exahash like honest miners. If I'm attacking them, I come in with 9 exahash and I just don't submit any of those block templates. They're still going to get 10% of the blocks that they expect to get, and I'm going to get rewarded for those 10% of the blocks. But everybody in the entire pool contributing hash rate, including me, the attacker, is going to lose out on 90% of the block rewards because I'm not submitting those blocks. So it costs the attacker to attack the pool. It's like a cannibalistic attack. I think there is a solution though. We can sort of build a passive defense to this attack simply by paying a bonus to block winning shares. I got this idea from CK Pool, I think, right? Whenever they mine a block, CK goes out and finds the highest shares and pays them a little bonus. Public Pool does this. Scott told me about that. This is ingenious because if you think about it, the only thing they're withholding are the winning shares. So we can kind of put our thumb on the scale and make it actually more expensive for the attacker simply by penalizing winning shares that they withhold more. I like this. I really like this solution because it's fair and transparent. It preserves the privacy of the miners. It does not penalize honest miners. The P2 pool did that as well. Oh, cool. So this isn't a new idea. Excellent. Some other challenges, hardware limitations. If we're talking about running mining pools, like any random Joe can run up a mining pool, they're going to need to run it on low profile hardware. So modern pools run on really beefy hardware. Why do they do this? I think it's because they track miner metrics. So what if we just don't track the metrics of our miners? We can accomplish this by simply having high quality proxy software on the miner side of the internet. They can measure their own metrics. Essentially, you just run a home server. You just run an app on your Umbrella or your Start9. That is a proxy. You point your bit axes to it. Oh, here's a little diagram to explain it. You point your bit axes to your Umbrella or your Start9 Stratum proxy. It does the metrics locally, gives you a nice little dashboard. This is very important because it helps you monitor your miners. How do you know your miner is actually producing hash rate? If you only look at the blocks that you win, you never know. You never know if it's on or off. I think we can do this in a way where the pool does not need to participate in VARDIF. VARDIF is this sort of process where the pool and the miner negotiate to find the right hash rate. Just like how the difficulty adjustment in the Bitcoin network is tuned up and down to find blocks at a regular cadence, VARDIF is a very similar concept where the pool difficulty is tuned up and down so that the miner is submitting shares at a regular cadence. If we just introduce a progressive fee structure, which means we charge higher fees for lower value shares, we can economically incentivize the miner to find their own VARDIF, to find their own best difficulty. And this really, like I said, this distributes information. This pushes the impetus on the miners. And really the trade-off here is the variability of payouts, like how unpredictable are your payouts versus how much do you actually earn in the long run over a long period of time. So the individual miners can just sort of tune this knob. Maybe they don't mind winning a share once a week because they're performing metrics locally. And if they only win a share once a week, they have to pay less in pool fees. Or if they just want to know, they can win a share every hour, win a share every minute. But they're actually paying for those pool resources in this progressive fee structure. And the TLDR is we just want to reduce the number of shares submitted to the pool, make running a pool a lot easier in lower profile hardware. A nice bonus here is that template validation gets easier. So if you want to fully validate all of if your miners are submitting their own block templates and you want to validate every block template they send you, you can do that if they're sending you a lot less shares. Like you can do this on your Pi if you're only dealing with a couple shares a minute instead of 10,000 shares a minute. So, all right, we've gone over the challenges. What are the opportunities of this proxy mining pool structure? Well, I think they're pretty great. Proxy pools dramatically reduce the barrier to entry for new mining pools. This means more competitive mining pools, more Bitcoin communities, because we can solve trust on the social layer. Mining pools are necessarily a custodial system, which introduces trust, which we don't like as Bitcoiners, but if you know who you're trusting and you have a personal relationship with them, we can sort of push this down to the social layer, and we don't have to worry about it quite so much at a protocol layer. It also will enable more innovation. If everybody and their brother can run a pool on their home server, we're going to open up the world to rapid experimentation. We're going to create new markets, new business models. There's probably some stuff I haven't thought of. Other people are going to think of this stuff and build it and run it. This is really how I think we grow Bitcoin mining. And most importantly, more decentralization for the kids. We need more block template producers out in the wild so that we can spread the risk out so that Bitcoin doesn't become a centralized, failure-prone system. A couple ideas on business models or use cases for these proxy pools. This is my project. It's called Hashpool. It uses eCash in interesting ways to do stuff with mining. It unlocks micropayments, so that's why I put Axpool on there. You could actually take custody of your eCash mining rewards to your Axpool, to your Bitaxe, and you don't have to earn enough in a custodial account to afford a Coinbase payout because it uses eCash payouts. It's also super private. eCash has phenomenal privacy properties. It also enables this concept called eHash. This is an eCash token backed by proof of work share, a mining share. And this is really cool. I love this idea because it creates a hash rate futures instrument. So you can mine up this eHash token and just hold on to it and wait. And eventually, when the pool finds a block, it'll get paid out in Bitcoin. You can also, because it's an eCash token, you can trade it to someone else. So you can sell your share of the mining rewards for a payout right now. And this opens up a market for people to price hash rate. And this is why I think proportional mining might be a good idea to try again, because we can create this marketplace with eHash. And also, and I think probably the most exciting thing is it creates a decentralized Bitcoin on-ramp. So anyone in the world can run one of these hash pools and allow their miners to sell their hash rate. And what this means is that anyone else in the world who wants to buy some Bitcoin in a decentralized private way, they just need to buy some eHash from someone in the world who's mining it, doesn't matter who. And they can just buy peer-to-peer electronic cash that eventually turns into Bitcoin. This is a Bitcoin on-ramp. I'm super, super excited about that. Let's fucking go. If you want to learn more about this, stay right here. We're going to do an eHash workshop next in this room. I gave a talk on eHash at BTC++ Berlin last year. Check that out online. My website is hashpool.dev. Oh, I didn't put it on here. My Twitter for Hashpool is BTC Hashpool, at BTC Hashpool on Twitter. My personal Twitter is at VNPRC on Twitter. You're not going to find much there because I got canceled off Twitter because Twitter sucks. Find me on Nostr. I've got a Nostr QR code at the end of the presentation. Another idea I think we can do with these proxy pools is lightning liquidity. So anyone who runs a Lightning node knows that managing liquidity is a problem. I think there's a business use case here. How cool would it be if you could just mine up liquidity to your Lightning node with hash rate? You could just run an ASIC, and when you get a reward from your mining pool, just funnel that reward as a Lightning channel into your Lightning node. There's some problems with this idea at a naive level. Poon-Dryja channels, this is the academic name for the types of payment channels used in the Lightning Network, they're actually not incentive compatible with mining pools. And the reason is that small HTLC outputs are actually escrowed by the miners. So there's an attack where you can flood someone's Lightning channel, fill it up with HTLC outputs, go offline, force close the channel, and mine the force close transaction yourself, and claim all those fees that have been escrowed by the miner, because you are a miner. So Nifty always says, don't open Lightning channels with mining pools. This is why. I think we can solve this, though, with an older kind of channel design called a Spillman channel. This is a one-way, time-limited channel, and there's no way to cheat. It's a unidirectional channel. So the balance only ever increments upwards. So if you think about this, if the mining pool opens a Spillman channel and it starts updating that channel, the balance only ever goes up. So there's no incentive for the mining pool to close the channel. Is that right? There's no incentive for the mining pool. There's no incentive for the user to cheat the mining pool. And the mining pool itself can't, so the balance never decreases. I know, I should have practiced this more. I'm not explaining this very well. There are some challenges with the Spillman channel construction, namely, and I think these are all overcomable. There's no Lightning Network protocol support for Spillman channels, so they don't know to look for these channels in the Lightning protocol. They also look for an entire transaction ID to find a channel open announcement. And this is problematic because if these channels are going to be open in the Coinbase, that Coinbase transaction is changing all the time as miners are mining on it. So it doesn't actually exist in the mempool. It only hits the Bitcoin network when a block is found. So we would need some updates to the Lightning protocol to sort of recognize these outputs. They need to look for outputs instead of entire transactions. And some other ideas, I think this is the most exciting to me personally, are coin swaps. So a lot of people don't think about the privacy properties of Coinbase outputs, and they're really quite fantastic. A Coinbase output is a UTXO with no history. So when you go to a coin mixer and you mix your coins, you've seen these transactions with crazy tendrils on either side. If you send one of those mixed coins to someone, they can just look on the blockchain and look in your UTXO history and see that you have mixed your coins, because everything you do on chain has a history. This is not true for Coinbase outputs. These are new coins that just sprung into existence. Question? That's true. That's true. There are some security concerns, some privacy concerns here. The point made for those who don't have a microphone is that if you burn a lot of Bitcoin, it's kind of obvious on chain. I think we can funnel the privacy premium of mixing into mining, and I think this will supercharge sort of the growth and adoption of mining pools, particularly small privacy-minded mining pools. The best way to implement this would be a trustless atomic swap. Ideally, in order to be really trustless, or as close as we can get to it, it should leverage the Bitcoin consensus rules to make this swap atomic. Unfortunately, I don't think this is possible or will be possible in the near future, because you need something called transaction introspection, or otherwise known as covenants. Covenants today, all of the proposals for covenants today limit transaction introspection to a single transaction. But what we would need to make this trustless is we would need to look at the entire Bitcoin block. We need to look at other transactions, specifically the Coinbase transaction. So I don't think we're going to get this capability anytime soon. Maybe one day, maybe if someone builds simplicity and launches it, it could be possible. But that's okay. I think we've got other avenues that are pretty good. So a DLC swap, DLC stands for a discrete log contract. This is essentially an on-chain contract that resolves either one way or another according to an attestation from a blind oracle or a number of blind oracles. And the way this would work is that a user would lock some tokens, some dirty KYC coins, into a DLC on chain. And then we need a set of blind oracles that attest to all Coinbase outputs. So they're looking at all new blocks that come out, they're looking at the Coinbases, and they just report this Coinbase went to this address, it had this amount. And they release an attestation for every one of these Coinbase outputs. And for this contract, there are two possible resolutions. The contract is time-bound, by the way, also. So if a Coinbase output is produced that resolves the contract, then the oracles would find this, they would release their signature, and then the DLC could be resolved in favor of the mining pool. So in this situation, the Coinbase went out, the person trying to do the swap received their payment in the Coinbase, the DLC resolved the contract, and the mining pool gets to take those dirty coins now. If no Coinbase output is found in time to resolve the contract, then the user can just take their coins back. So nobody mined up this transaction nobody performed the swap that I was trying to perform, so I'll just take my money back off the table, maybe try to open another DLC. One thing I really like about this proposal is that eCash can actually support DLCs as well. So if you have an eCash powered mining pool, you can actually lock up some eCash in a DLC contract, receive this Coinbase output, and the mint or whoever, the mining pool, can sweep those eCash tokens from the mint. This is exciting to me because it kind of blurs the line, the anonymity set between the eCash users and the on-chain payouts of the mining pool. I think that's a pretty cool property. There's some other ideas though. There's a protocol called a Maxwell-Belcher swap, also known as a teleport transaction. There's a little more setup involved. I haven't thought through all of the ways this could be used, but there may be some potential there. I'll continue looking into it. But that's all I have for you today. Here's the QR code. This is where you find me on Nostr, the real freest social network, not like that other one, X. I'm on GitHub. This is my Hashpool website, hashpool.dev, and I also run a BitDevs in North Carolina called Triangle BitDevs. So if you're ever passing through, have a layover at RDU, look me up, see if there's a meetup. Maybe we can talk about Bitcoin sometime. Any questions? One question I did get that I think I didn't fully address from Mike was, if you do one of these coin swaps and it's very large, it's kind of obvious on chain what happened because the Coinbase output, I don't think this is that big of a problem because we're limited by the size of the Coinbase output. So if we have a privacy pool, for example, it's winning 3.125 Bitcoin per block that it finds, we can only perform 3.125 Bitcoins worth of these swaps. Unless there's a ton of fees, if you mine one of these rune blocks and get 10 Bitcoins in rewards, you can swap 10 Bitcoins worth of UTXOs. Mike left, so he didn't. Yeah, question. Okay. Thoughts on the Spellman channel? Randy? Is it the best way to move? Oh, so the question was, is these FPPS proxy pools, are these a good way to move forward with decentralized mining? Is that a good summation? I don't think it's, it's okay. It's not the worst way to move forward. Ideally, we don't have any FPPS pools, but there are large monolithic mining pools out there today. And Sun Tzu said you should give your enemy an avenue for retreat. So I think if they just adopt an aggregator model, they just have to have a PPLNS offering, and they could have an FPPS proxy pool offering on top of that. This could be a way for them to preserve their business model, preserve their tech stack for a little longer. Maybe, I don't know if it'll pan out that way, but that's kind of how I'm thinking about it.
In the case of PPLNS proxy pool pointed to a PPLNS aggregator pool, what is, in your opinion, the main incentive as a miner to mine in the proxy pool and not in the bigger one, the aggregator one?
The question is PPLNS aggregator, PPLNS proxy combo. What incentive does the miner have to mine to the proxy pool? I don't think there is one. Honestly, I don't like this combo. It sort of solves the variance reduction twice. I don't know why you would do that. It just seems like a complex solution to a non-problem. I don't think there is an incentive. Perhaps you want smaller payouts. Maybe the PPLNS proxy pool is doing something interesting. Could be a hash pool instance. But again, I like the proportional model better if you're doing it that way. Then you don't have this redundant function, this redundant window function issue. But I don't know. I want to blow the doors open and have people build on this stuff. So maybe there is a use case. It's just one way to think about it. We're over time? All right. We'll stay right here. We're going to talk about eHash.
This thing is on. First thing I do is I start my live demo right at the beginning so it can start building and running. And we will get back to this in a moment. My name is, I go by Average Gary online in many circles. And today I'll be talking about eHash, or Blinded Diffie-Hellman Key Exchange for quote, almost blocks. We'll get into what that is later. And the meme you see in front of you was crafted by our very own VNPRC. And this was many, many moons ago when the initiative first started. I'm presenting this topic, but it's built on the shoulders of giants here. The Stratum v2 reference implementation team did a lot of the heavy work. We forked their code base. The CDK team, the Cashew dev kit team, and then VMPRC himself has been the one that's written the majority of the software that you'll see demoed here today. So moving forward, what is a blinded Diffie-Hellman key exchange? You can look this up. I should have put the reference on here, but in the Cashew specs, Cashew is one of the protocol implementations for eCache. It is a single entity running the mint, and it uses this thing called blinded Diffie-Hellman key exchange, where in this case, Bob is the mint and is going to publish a pub key or a set of pub keys. In Cashew specifically, they're used for denominations, but that's kind of irrelevant to how this works. The math works out where Bob is the mint, and then you have Alice, who is calculating has some secret, and hashes that to the curve. And then that point on the curve can now be used in this blinding mechanism, right? So Alice will then take that secret, hash it to the curve, and use it in this formula you see here, where you're creating a blinding element by combining with the generator point and adding it to this hashed secret to the curve, which gives you something called a blinded message, right? You're essentially, you've blinded something from it, and we'll get into the unblinding later as to why that makes sense. But all the math is laid out here. Bob, who is the mint now, can take that blinded message and take his private key, or one of the private keys that is associated with the key set published, right? And then sign this, essentially, by multiplying that private key by the blinded message, getting this blinded, multiplying it by the blinded message and getting a blinded signature back. This is the signing mechanism. That blinded signature, C underscore in this case, can then be backed out into or unblinded by removing this R factor here in this equation. And you're unblinding, what you're left with is essentially two pieces of data that the mint is not privy to. Right, so the original secret that the user Alice is generating, the X value, and then the final unblinded secret, the C value. And these two pieces together, if I take these two pieces and offer it to another individual, that individual can take that back, Carol in this case, can take it back to Bob, and Bob can then take the X, hash it to the curve to get the Y, and combine that with his private key to ensure that the C value is valid, right? And it's either Boolean, true or false, whether this is valid or not. And the entire time, up until the point that Carol comes to redeem it, Bob is unaware of X or C. So this is that privacy, that near perfect privacy that the eCache uses in this blinded Diffie-Hellman key exchange. So Bob cannot know the origin of X or C, but Bob can know that it was valid. It was a valid signature from the key set that he is maintaining and he is providing for other users to reference. So with that out of brief introduction into how eCache, the mathematics works, we'll move on to what is an almost block. Well, it's a share or a weak block. It is a valid proof of work over a block template, but it's not quite enough for the Bitcoin network writ large to sort of accept as the next block and to be the tip of the chain. And it's primarily used for hash rate accounting. It's used as a way of demonstrating that you are, in fact, conducting work on behalf of a pool or whoever's giving you the template. And there's this thing called a Poisson distribution that's used to sort of guess the hash rate based on the number of shares over a window of time. And the TLDR of this is hash rate ultimately is just a guess as a best guess. And that's down, to my understanding, to the ASIC level, is you're just kind of guessing within a window of time based on the number of shares that you got, how much hash you're actually churning through. So very important to have accurate guesses and more granular guesses for pool accounting purposes. But what we'll see, that previous blinded signature, and then the almost block, when we combine them, we can get this thing we call eHash. Evan, in the previous discussion, covered it, but with eHash, due to the privacy nature, you get that. You're also getting smaller economic scaling for it, and one of the critical things that I believe this addresses is the viable economic size of a mining pool can be greatly reduced by using eHash. You also get permissionless and accountless hash rate marketplaces. One of the other benefits of using Cashew as a protocol is it's very well integrated with the Nostr ecosystem, where you can just broadcast out, and it's all private public keys as the profiles, if you would. And so there's no accounts or signups or emails or anything like that. And then lastly, eHash and eCache in general is just data, right? You just have that X and that C value that you're transferring. And so that gives you some unique things, right? HTTP 402 comes to mind. It was the HTTP code for payment required, right? And it's been in the HTTP spec since before we had Magic Internet Money. Well, now we have Magic Internet Money, and we have blinded ways of creating bearer instruments that the data is the actual asset. And then lastly, eHash, nobody can stop you from doing this. You can just do things. To learn more, as referenced before, hashpool.dev, as well as one of the original discussions on the topic where VMPRC and myself were in there with a few others on the Fedimint project. Fedimint is a separate eCache implementation using a federated model as opposed to a single entity running the mint in the Cashew. So how did we do this? Well, you just fork Stratum v2 reference implementation and Cashew dev kit and sprinkle in some Redis, and you get this hash pool fork, which we will be diving into the code here momentarily. First, I'm going to go through some diagrams on sort of how this eHash issuance might work. And in the first iteration, we thought that, well, we'll just have the pool and the mint be the same entity, and the proxy will open a connection and get the key set that it needs to do that blinding. It will generate these blinded secrets, submitting the shares in the blinded secrets. The pool/mint will sort of like validate everything and send back the signature. But what we ultimately realized was that doesn't quite scale. You kind of want to have orthogonal things going on. You don't want the mining to stop if the signing has some issues, right? There's a balance there, a load balancing of bottlenecking and whatnot. And then on the redemption and verification side, again, once there's a payout, that's this eHash epoch maturity window. That means the eHash is now worth something, right? It's worth a denominated sats value, and so it can be redeemed as such. And again, in this very simple, naive approach, we start out with having the pool and the mint the same entity or the same daemon process, and then the proxy and the wallet being the same daemon. But we decided largely that wasn't quite going to be it. And this model did scale somewhat to the idea of these subpools, where you could have an upper prime pool that's doing PPLNS, and the proxy and the mint is doing the eHash issuance and the blinded secrets and validation of the shares. And all it's doing is just forwarding. It's aggregating and forwarding up to a larger pool. And so very, very similar construct and diagram here, except you're just adding an upper pool to this, where the block is found in the upper pool, and then the payout kind of trickles down through the proxy, mint, and pool. Now, with the way that it's currently architected out, we have a separate mint daemon, and ostensibly could have a separate Cashew wallet. Right now, in the way that we have it coded up, it's the same. It's a proxy and a separate wallet, but you can swap with an external wallet, and we'll get into that in the live demo in a moment. But essentially, it's just kind of separating out these concerns within the different daemons. So you have that connection between the proxy and the pool, the block template, etc. You are still doing the share creation, but the blinded message signing doesn't actually happen. So in Cashew, there's this idea of a quote. It was originally designed with Lightning in mind. So if I say, hey, I want 50 sats worth of eCash, well, you need to pay a Lightning invoice, or I'm not going to issue that to you. So there was this idea of having a quote that sits there and is unpaid. And that's why there's this pull for paid quotes idea between the mint and any wallet that is sort of waiting for it. But in this instance, we have the pool is creating a quote that is marked as unpaid. Now, once those shares are valid and we know that they're being included and mined to the correct Coinbase, etc., the pool can then update the quote to being paid. And now any wallet that is aware of that quote can go redeem that quote as being paid. And this is a way that we adopted the initial way of doing eHash to the existing Cashew well-defined spec. And we had, and for fun here, because we love Bitaxe, there's no reason why the Bitaxe itself can't be running an eHash implementation and handling those secrets, those blinded secrets, and collecting that X and that C value that is eCash, that can then be swept by an external wallet to the Bitaxe itself. That assumes some communication between an external wallet and the Bitaxe and or the proxy. But there's a few things that are assumed in our current implementation, which is very alpha. So let's get into things. And by the way, mining devs are referred to as goblins. So there are Bitcoin wizards, there are mining goblins, but both conduct magic with Bitcoin. Look at that, we have some things going on here, but this is not what I want you to see first. First, we will take a little code tour. If you're interested, there's a VS Code extension that allows you to kind of like step through a code base with some notes. And again, eHash, in my belief, is reducing the economic scale of Bitcoin mining pools. And we have lots of things to do here, so the code that you'll be seeing is very much alpha state. So bear that in mind as we go through the presentation, please. So the first is you need a mint, right? You need to have some mint that is aware of hash. In this, we kind of stubbed out the Lightning piece of the mint because we're not actually going mainnet. We don't have a Lightning node that's connected to all this. But the core issuance of eHash still works. That's the core responsibility of the mint is doing the eHash piece of things. So we set that up. And then one of the other important things is there is this concept of having a currency unit within Cashew. And so we have added a currency unit, or we will be adding a currency unit to any of the code that's going to support eHash, and it's just the hash unit, right? And if you look up the Cashew nuts, as they're called, I think it's notation, usage, and terminology specifications. 0.1 just finds that the ways to specify new units or new currencies, etc. So hash is what we want to use here. We also do some other setup here in our mint. You can see at the top we're under roles mint. So to follow it, this is the top level workspace for today's workshop. Hash pool is the repo that we've all been contributing to. And then in the roles is where you'll find the different roles for the pool, the proxy, etc. Each mint has keys, right? So we're going to have some mnemonic, we do some derivations, etc. And eventually we get to the point where we are establishing and setting up our mint by passing in that currency unit. So this mint will support hash as a unit. One other thing is right now we're using Redis as sort of the communication layer between some of these daemons. So the mint itself will take its key set and dump it into a Redis that is then later picked up by the pool and any other party that's interested, right? And they just need to talk to the Redis cache right now, or the Redis database. And then we start the mint. And for anybody that's not sort of familiar with Cashew Mint, it's just an HTTP server. They're well-defined endpoints that you post and get JSON from. So it's a pretty simple protocol if you obla the web. Now that the mint started, we want to go start the pool. So now we are in the pool role here, and pool SV2 started up. We pass in some config, and then we have to connect to something that's going to give us a block. In Stratum, there's a defined protocol interface between the block template creator, or the template creator, and the pool software itself. So we create a receiver for those templates and connect up to the Bitcoin node. There's a specific fork. Shores Provost was the one that is maintaining that fork largely on the Bitcoin core side of things. And it supports get block template, but there's also in Stratum v2 a push method. So on new prev hash or new templates, the node will actually push that through this connection to the receiving pool end of it, which personally I believe instead of having to poll constantly for new blocks or new prev hash, having something that pushes it out was a good design decision on the Stratum v2 side of things. Now that we have our pool running, we wait and this is just a check to see that we have this key set, or these private or these public keys that we as the pool care about, because this is what we're going to pass down, or this is what we're going to use for doing that blinded Diffie-Hellman key exchange, right? So we need somewhere to get it, so the pool will grab it out of the Redis cache here. And then we have another pool that we start. So it was pools within pools for data structure. Again, very alpha software that probably can use some refactor. But once we have that key set, that Stratum v2 key set, we pass it into the pool so that way it's aware of it. And more importantly, it needs to be aware of it in the pool channel factory. So in the Stratum reference implementation, there's this concept of channel factories. Channels are just communication channels between the various roles within Stratum v2. And so in this case, we have a pool channel factory. So anything talking to our pool, the channel itself will be originated out of this factory. So we want that factory to be aware of the key set so it can pass it sort of to its downstream participants. So Specifically, what channels we're interested for the purposes of eHash is an extended mining channel. And also specifically, this is, there's sort of like a challenge, or there's a message and then a success message on the way back. So the downstream entity, in this case the proxy, is going to send an open extended mining channel message to the pool, and then the pool in our implementation responds with the key set in the success message, right? So this is the proxy says, hey, I want to open a channel to you for extended mining. Extended versus standard just means there's some non-space negotiation that's allowed. And because we're talking to a proxy, we want the proxy to be able to manage some of its own non-space. So it's an extended channel as opposed to standard, but we pass that key set into it, right? Yep. So back on in a new, different sort of role here. So now we have the mint and we have the pool established, and we have the pool set up in a way that any of the channels that it's opening to its downstream peers are going to pass along that key set. Well, next we need a downstream peer to sort of accept that. And the way we did it from the Stratum reference implementation was using the translator proxy. So one of the roles within the Stratum the SRI repo is this translator, because not a lot of firmware supports Stratum v2 yet, so you can use a Stratum v1 to v2 translator. And so we shoved our wallet, which is just a Cashew wallet or a CDK wallet that knows how to speak eHash, into our translator proxy. You can do this into a normal Stratum v2 proxy, but that Stratum v2 would have only downstreams that accept Stratum v2. So what else needs to know about our wallet? Now that we have it generally at the translator here, we want to handle, if you recall, that open extended mining channel success that we're getting down from the pool. So we send up an open message, we get down a success. In that success, we have the key set, but we also have the handling of it in the wallet. So in the wallet, we take the key set and add it to the wallet. So right here on line 707, we are just adding that key set because the Cashew wallet, the CDK wallet, needs to be aware of what keys it should be using for the different denominations of eCash when it does the blinded message creation. So this is just the code that handles that. So we're in our translator still. We have our wallet. We're passing it around. Recall, one of the key things here is we have this hash currency unit that not only does our pool and our mint have to be aware of, but any wallet that supports it, that supports eHash, has to be aware of the hash unit. And so this is just in the creation of the wallet function, we make sure to pass in hash as our currency unit. Also in the translator proxy still, there's this internal start function, and we want to pass in the wallet to our upstream. And if you recall, our upstream is the thing that's talking up to the pool itself. So we want to make sure that the wallet is able to be handled in that section of the code. The other thing that we want to be aware of is we have this concept of a bridge. So the bridge is the piece that goes from V1 to V2, right? So all the miners that are completely downstream talking to this proxy are talking V1. The bridge is a piece of software that's doing the translation. The bridge is a piece of software that's receiving the mining shares up, which is important because as we receive mining shares in our translator proxy, right? We have a submit share upstream, and this could be submitting a share, or this could be submitting an actual solution to a block. But either way, what we want to do is we want to handle this share submission before we send it upstream to the pool itself. And what do we do for that? Well, we want to create our blinded secrets. We want to create that C underscore value, that blinded message, or I'm sorry, the B underscore value, that blinded message that we're sending up to the mint to be signed as eHash. So we receive our share or submit. We generate some secrets using our wallet. Again, our wallet, our bridge is aware of our wallet. And in this submitting shares, we're going to do some secret generation, some blinded messaging, and we just attach the blinded messages to the share and submit it upstream to the pool itself. And here's the creation of the pre-mint secrets. And again, this is sort of part of the fork of CDK that were referenced here in our cargo tree. And one of the things that you're doing, as I referenced before, was creating this quote. So this idea of a quote. So you need to the wallet also needs to be aware of like what quotes it should care about in the future. So we generate quote in the wallet as well. The ID for the quote, we're just using the proof of work, the actual share data itself. And then finally, we submit it upstream to our pool with the associated blinded message. On the pool side, we need to handle these share submissions now. So again, we are in our pool role, and we have this submit shares extended because we're in an extended mining channel. But we're just handling anything that, the share met the downstream target, and so we need to handle that. We, again, calculate the work. We're using, in this implementation, we're just using the work, the number of leading zeros in the hash as sort of like the value. So if you have 5 leading zeros in your share that you submitted, it's worth 5 ehash, right? It's a simplified way, but it sort of works at this point. If there's, more nuanced accounting we want to do in the future, the world is your oyster. And this is the important part here in the pool, because the next step here is after we calculate the work, the value of this ehash, we need to create the quote for this. And again, the quote is something we send to the pool. The pool will send to the mint to say like, hey, I've got this person that submitted me a share. I haven't validated anything yet, but this is the amount. Here's the quote for it. And they'll be looking out for it. And so we, And one of the last things we do is just send back a success to let the miner know that, hey, we got everything and we're good to go. And this key part here, that is the next part, is in queue quote event. And all this is doing is it's calling out to the Redis. It's calling out to Redis and putting that JSON of the quote itself into Redis for the mint to pick up later and accept. And that's what to do. So back in the mint, so role mint, we are sort of polling Redis over and over to look for a specific, we called it a request envelope, a quote request envelope. And then within that, we have quote ID and all the details that the mint actually cares about for issuing the eCash itself or the eHash itself. And what we're not doing is we just pay the mint quote, like we just say we pay it, again, because it's demo software and it was crunch time to get the code shipped with something I could show you all. And so ideally in this, there's some communication between the mint and the pool where the mint confirms with the pool that the share is actually valid. It's paying out to the correct block, to the correct Coinbase address, and it's also on the correct, or maybe not the correct block template, but at a minimum, the correct Coinbase output. So now that the mint has marked this as paid, we have now in our translator, remember the translator is the piece of the proxy, or is the proxy that has the wallet. Now the wallet can go sweep, again in Redis, to look for quotes that are marked as paid, meaning that the mint and the pool have collaborated together to say like, yes, this is a valid share for the Coinbase that we care about, so please give the eHash to the individual that is coming to redeem this quote. And so we connect up to Redis and sort of sweep anything that is marked as paid. And then as we find those results up here on 363, we can grab those proofs, those eHash proofs, and we can log them out in Besh32. And that is where the live part of the demo comes in, because in our proxy, we have logging out eHash, or cashew rather. Let me just open the log. If we scroll up to find the most recent eHash, that's a good idea. Cashew B. Uh-oh. Maybe this is not working. All right, we're going back to the terminal to copy it out. Cashew A. Yeah, there's different Besh encoding formats. I think B is the cashew token V4. So we copy this out. One of the other processes that I have running in the background is a modified web wallet for Cashew. You can see here that we add the local host Mint that we're running. Mint added successfully. We can go over to our wallet here. You can see there's some residual test data. But if we paste in our Cashew token, you see that this is valued at 26 hash, and we can receive that to our web wallet, and we now have a balance with our local host Mint of 26 ehash. And we can do this a few different times. We can take this other piece here, copy it out, hit receive, paste it, and of course that one didn't work. The first one worked, and that's what mattered. But yes, this is ehash redeemed in a completely separate web wallet being run and minted in a Stratum v2 translator proxy. Thank you to the Hashpool team. VMPRC did a lot of heavy lifting on it, but there was several of us in the chat. If you're interested in this project, find myself or Evan. We're happy to take more contributors or collaborators. Here's some of the resources listed on top for the Hashpool repo itself, the fork of CDK, Stratum. That's not our fork there, but we can find you. Hashpool is actually a fork of the Stratum repo. Hashpool.dev, the Cashew BTC Nuts website, and then if you're interested in following me or any more of my work, primal.net/Gary to find me on Nostr. I'm not on X or whatever. I have a GitHub. I have a couple of GitHubs. Come to my meetup, or if you're a military veteran, I'm happy to introduce you to the other group of military veterans doing the Bitcoin thing. But pending any questions, that is all I have for my presentation today. Thank you for coming. What plans do we have to improve the repo? Oh, there we go. Thank you. I don't know how I skipped over that. We have a to-do. It includes a lot of refactoring. Some of the changes we're hoping to upstream, specifically to CDK, because we want an extra supported hash unit as a currency. And the more wallets, the more Cashew wallets we can get to support that, the more options users will have to manage it. In an ideal world, you as just a pleb can show up to your Bitcoin meetup, download a Cashew wallet, buy your Bitaxe, plug it in, and start streaming ehash directly to your phone wallet in a pretty automated way. And again, to sort of the previous discussion around subpools and everything like that, if you can float the bad variants of your local mining pool of you and all your Bitaxe pleb friends, I think that's a much more beautiful world in future than just giant bag holders floating FPPS mega pools. So get to hashing, get your hash boards, your Bitaxes, your S9s, plug them in, and help us close on launching on mainnet for ehash so we can open up the marketplace for hash rate and decentralized mining. Great question. Now I don't have anything else. Yeah, hackathon coming up soon. So thanks, everybody.
you.